Good afternoon and welcome to round 4 of the Tripz British Supermoto Championship. For round 4 we're here at Crail in Scotland at the East Scotland Karting Club. We're about a 10-minute walk from the sea. It's picturesque, absolutely beautiful track, and we're about 20 minutes south of St Andrews. I'm Danielle Koenig and I'm joined here with guest commentator for this weekend, injured Christopher Eastwood.
Hello everyone, it's lovely to be here.
The weather this weekend, as much of the UK, has been very sunny, very dry. Yesterday it was a little bit more overcast, which I think the riders did appreciate. And yeah, we got some footage now from the dirt section live from the A qualifying session before we get ready for Superpole. This was a track preview from yesterday, so we've had some slight amendments. We're on board with Paul Groom from the Tripz UK team, our title sponsor. So, do you want to talk us through it, Chris?
Yeah, so we're coming through the first right-hander, now into the fast left, heading up to the first off-road section. So it's tight, it's technical, you can go inside or outside. The guys are going to go outside over the first tabletop, followed by the second, and then the final big outside berm. And then it's a super tight left, back up onto the straight. You're not really straight though, you are kind of turning right, and then through this kind of centre chicane, and then it's left into the second off-road, into this new big berm, super bumpy, accelerating really hard, jumping over the double, and now into this final berm. Coming out here again, super bumpy, left into the double hammerhead. And then we're going to go into this final right, second last right. And then into the last corner here. And then across the line.
So we are just getting ready to find out our riders for Superpole. Provisionally, it's looking like the number 4 of Scott Murray, his first ride back in, I think it must be over 12 months now, on a borrowed bike. So he's back on a TM. Then we have the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, rode really well yesterday. There was a bit of an issue in race 2 where he ended up with a puncture, but got back out and finished 5th, so with 2 wins he took the overall yesterday. And then it looks like the 217 of Richard Sharp, had a nice little chat with him yesterday about the different riding styles of Supermoto, so the Bathmate rider really liking this dirt. Then the 33 of Jay Smith, again good ride yesterday, I think he had a couple of offs possibly. And Chris Hodgson, a few technical issues with his bike. I think he had a cracked swing arm, so didn't do a great qualifying, only went out for a few laps, and then a puncture in race 1 finished him with a DNF, but coming back from that was quite good. I think he finished a respectable 10th, which was great collateral damage, really. Looks like there we've got young Liam Pearson. That I think he's on his, well, not his teammate, but he's on a borrowed bike of Rip Jennings.
He's went for the black helmet this weekend, I can see, he runs the white helmet.
Yeah, it's good to see them all sort of sharing bikes. Not sure if Liam's had some issues with his own, but I've seen him on a couple of bikes this weekend. He's been out on that one, and
he has a lovely scratched visor as well, I can see.
Yeah.
Hope we can still see it through it.
I'm sure he can. It's been like that for a while. Yeah, I think these riders, I think we might just be getting ready for Superpole, so I think we're going to hold off on the young guns going out. So yeah, round 4, we're halfway through the championship. Unfortunately for you, Chris, you had a crash at Rowra, so you're unable to take part this weekend. Home track as well, so that's a shame.
Yeah, absolutely gutted. Yeah, I've had a massive crash at Rowra where I've broken my left elbow, so I now have matching pairs. I've broken my right elbow 9 years ago, almost to the day. So I'm now going to be out for at least 6 weeks, and it's going to be a long, slow recovery, but I'm looking forward to getting back already. Yeah,
have you decided which round you're going to go back to? Eyeing up Oliver's Mount, maybe?
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to go there. I've watched that for your loads down there. I'd love to go to Oliver's Mount. There is a Scottish Championship round 4, I think, possibly, or 5. So maybe try and come up, get a bit of a practice, see how the old arm's feeling, and then back into the British Championship.
Yeah, no, that's great. So, Championship at the moment, Chris Hodgson's currently leading, which he did take the well, he didn't quite take the overall at Rowra. However, Storm Stacey, who did and is currently sitting 7th of the championship, has had to sit out this round because he's currently racing at Knockhill. You were there yesterday, riding really well, so we're wishing him the best of luck. Second, we have Richard Blakeman. He had a bit of a crash yesterday, got tangled up in, I think, the crash of Dean Hillier. Both of them are a bit battered and bruised today. I know Blakeman's covered in bruises and has been getting a bit of numbness in his arm, so didn't ride yesterday, sat that one out.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got Jamie going for his outlap. So Jamie now doing his outlap, and this will be going on to his flyer. So for Superpole. Around there.
So what I seen earlier on, looks like Jamie was running the rear Michelin tyre and a Michelin front. Jamie normally runs the rear Michelin tyre, so hopefully he's going to get a good feel for that. So we're going to see if James is going to take a high line round this berm. There he is, nearly out the top. Staying for the middle berm.
So this is in the new part of the new section of the circuit. Bit of a left-right there, back out, and then round. Just waiting now for our timing to update. So Jamie now has done a 53.145. Just heard that Scott Murray will not be going out for Superpole, so not sure if that's 100% a bike issue, but he won't be doing Superpole, so he will be provisionally 5th. So sit and wait.
Hit the barrier.
Richard Sharp now going for his fast lap. A lot of riders enjoying this really fast corner yesterday. It was a little bit more flowing. We didn't quite go as far wide, but through this dirt section, both of them taking the inside lines, a clearly quicker line.
Richard Sharp taking a smoother jump over the first tabletop I seen there.
Again down. We were using a chicane there as well yesterday, so instead now we're going straight into the dirt section.
That was a lovely off-road entry there by Sharpie. He has got style for miles. He is daddy cool.
Yeah, we were chatting yesterday about how he's always absolutely sideways. He's now in over 45, so we're joking how life begins at 45 degrees. So Sharpie there with a 53.623, which does keep him behind Jamie Duncan. So provisionally Jamie is on pole. Wait to see who's going out next for their flying lap. So it looks like Jay Smith. So starting his flying lap now into this fast left-right.
I was speaking to Jay earlier. He is on his new bike this weekend. I think he used his old bike yesterday, but he is now using the new one, and he's hoping to get a great setup on it. So it's like Jay's going for the outside line in the off-road.
Yeah, so inside, outside. I know there was a little bit of debate yesterday about whether that was okay. As long as it's safe to do so and you're not putting any other riders at risk, then yeah. And obviously on a flying lap, that's not a problem.
It's looking fast there.
Smooth coming off there, and it is really, really bumpy with all them changes in surfaces. And across the line, that hanging off style there as well. Just wait for our timing to update. Next out, it looks like Chris Hodgson coming round. So inside line into that dirt section. over the first tabletop, then sticking to the inside, round that inside berm.
Looking a wee bit sideways in the middle there.
A little bit.
Silky smooth by Dr. Hodgson as always.
Kicking up some dust there, round then to that second off-road section. A lot of them now taking that inside line, whereas yesterday the preferred and faster line was definitely the outside.
Yeah.
Seemed to be about 2/10 slower taking the inside.
Yeah, definitely.
Still waiting for our timing to update. Seems happy with his lap. Thumbs up to his teammates. So we will just keep an eye and try and find out how that's gone. He seemed happy with it. So that will be all the riders for Superpole, as Scott Murray will not be taking part. Bike issues was he clipped his back brake on one of the barriers. So he'll be getting that ready for race 1.
Fantastic. Yeah, speaking to Scott earlier as well, it's good to see Scotty back at his home track as well. He's borrowed Ross Mailer's bike, one of the TMs. Good to see Scott back on the TM.
So provisionally, we have in 4th position the 217 of Richard Sharp with a 53.6. In 3rd place was Chris Hodgson with a 53.15. And then with nothing in it, in 2nd, the number 7 of Jamie Duncan, 53.145. And in pole position will be the Southerner and HGR FF Solutions rider, Jay Smith, who managed a 52.885. So that'll be our front row as well for race 1.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be super, super close. I can see that Jay's new bike's obviously working for him. I think he might have got a great setup during qualifying there. But yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, can't wait for race 1. So we're now ready for the British Supermoto Race C, sponsored by Technative, who are also bringing us this live stream. So qualifying for this one, all the qualifyings from A, B and C get put together, and then a split is made to determine the groups. So on the front row we have the 167, the Scotchman of Michael Craig. In 2nd we've got Automotive Solutions team boss Paul Reynolds. And then there was the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth, always a good starter. And then in 4th, the 154 of Brett Haley. Going through the grid there was people that were riding. I think Pete Rogers there had a bit of an issue with his bike, saw him sat at the side of the track. More of the Bathmate guys at the back there. You got Richard Sheen and Selby Trotter. So all these guys are out there, maybe not battling for championships, but having a great time. So it looks like the number 10 of Paul Reynolds there getting the jump into that first corner and taking the whole shot. So see if they all bunch up now. A few taking the inside and outside.
Okay, so the red flag's just come out. I think there's been a technical restart about to happen. Oh, we have a rider down actually.
That looks like Mark Adamson. So I don't think that was the cause of the red flag. I think maybe there was a little bit of creeping on the start as well, so Mark there just having a little bit of a breather. And then the 164 of Sean Jones, again he looked like he had a good day yesterday. Yeah, they're just going to regrid them. Not sure there was an issue with the start there.
Duncan Wright in 7th position as well. He's actually on one of my old bikes as well. There he is there, just in shot.
Yeah, I've had some good battles with Duncan.
Yeah.
Another one of the riders that had a bit of an off at Rowra, he was the cause of a red flag. He managed to stack it in the tarmac dirt section.
That's it. I think Rowra is red flag central, isn't it? You know, myself as well involved in a massive accident there. There's quite a few accidents at Rowra. But thankfully all the riders are okay. We're all still alive and rocking.
Yeah, unfortunately I think you're the only one actually missing the race. Everyone else that had a red flag, I think, bounced back.
Josh Jasper as well, though, hasn't he?
Oh,
He's had a fracture to his ankle, I believe. So, both me and Josh missing out this weekend.
Josh, the absolute trooper, broke his ankle and ended up having to have surgery, but did try and ride the Sunday. So, it shows just how determined he was. So, we're looking forward to Josh being back after making a full recovery. So, we'll see him soon.
Okay, race restart and we're off.
That looked like the 152 of Andrew Brown there stalling it on the start, so he'll be starting from the back.
It's looking like Jamie Wrigglesworth that's took the lead.
Always a good starter.
Yeah, Jamie is quite small, he is light. He is good off the line, sticking the outside line there in the off-road.
Pekka there, all legs off, as he came through that inside line.
So all the riders through the first off-road section there, nice and safe.
Yeah, Jamie's managed to pull a little bit of a lead now of Brett Haley, who again looks like he's actually got past Paul Reynolds. But that tight section there, off the dirt. That looked like Ben Green and Pete Rogers having a bit of a battle there going into that final turn. So Jamie there riding that feet on style, even keeping his feet on into the dirt section. Clearing that tabletop, taking that outside line.
Looking nice and smooth there through the off-road. So quite a few riders going inside, going outside. What's his quicker, Daniel? What do you think? I'm thinking outside today, but yesterday I don't think it might have been inside.
Brett Haley again, he was our super vet rider at Rowra. One of our older riders on the grid. But showing that age isn't really bothering him in this race, pushing Jamie Wrigglesworth. He's not managing to pull away too far. Brett actually just putting in the fastest lap as well so far with a 58.8.
Yeah.
So he's clearly keeping Jamie on his toes. Michael Craig taking that inside line. Looks like these top four riders have sort of pulled a bit of a gap on the rest of the pack. So that's Jamie Wrigglesworth, Brett Haley, Michael Craig and Paul Reynolds. See them there all going through the dirt.
Lap time's looking pretty close, so we've got 1 minute from Jamie, and then on the way back we've got 59.59s, 101. So the thing about Trail, it's so tight and technical, it's really hard to pass, even if you're a sector 2 faster than someone. It's super tight here, and it's really hard to pass. Coming in here, you've got a good chance to possibly block past someone here. I've done that before, coming from the inside and then just blocking them off, just in that shot there.
Michael Craig looks like he's made the pass by taking the outside line. Brett taking the inside, not making any time up.
Yeah, that's it. Just
so he's now dropped down to 4th. But these four riders all really close together, all within a second of each other on lap time, and about a second within them across the line as well. Oh, Michael going up the inside there.
Fantastic move by Michael there.
Oh, Paul Reynolds as well. So Jamie got had by both of them there. So that's a change for the lead and a change for second position. Jamie being demoted to third, which means as it currently stands he wouldn't be moving up to the B race for race 2. Michael's home track, he hasn't raced in a number of years. He did come back for Raura, said he really enjoyed himself. So trying to get used to the bike again. He's got some new brakes on there, so he's got them twin Cobras, which he's getting used to. Just coming up on some back markers now. And Paul Reynolds, team boss of Automotive Solutions, who are BMW, Mercedes, Porsche specialist based in York. So big team there, and Paul being the team boss. I've even taken my car to him. He's not quite getting that tabletop, so it looks like he's losing a little bit of time.
He is there, yeah, he's going inside and not quite getting the speed up to the jump. Oh!
Looked like he just clipped the barrier there, flicked it over onto that outside line, so surely a marshal will grab them when it's safe to do so.
I think Michael Craig there might have just slightly missed the inside to that corner there.
Yeah, it looked a bit tight. I did say yesterday that if you're sort of coming up on anyone into that corner, it's with no inside line, it's quite difficult to know where to go. But see, there's the 222 of Nathan Koenig. He raced at Raura and then back here now, first time in 4 years. So he's actually out there on his dad's bike, improving, so good to see. Michael there not quite getting round him fast enough, so that means Paul Reynolds has closed that gap to him, so that's quite difficult in this race. You can hear them shouting to let people know.
They're coming up to the back of Eamon as well on the Honda.
Very nicely prepared Honda from Eamon. Saw Jay took it out for a few laps last night. Oh, Michael doing the double.
Yeah, there we go, excellent. He's going to get a massive advantage doing the double there, going to save at least a second on a lap.
So it looks like we've got a Bethmate replay, or not. So 4 laps to go. It looks like Michael Craig's extended his lead now to about 1.5 seconds, so a little bit of breathing room now over Paul Reynolds. But the pair of them have broken away from Brett Haley with about an 8.2 second gap.
Let's see if Michael Craig's going to manage this jump as well in the second off-road.
Yeah, I think
extend his lead a little bit.
So long as he's got clear track in front of him, I think he'll be happy to double it.
Well, let's see. There we go. Excellent. Laps to go now for Michael Craig leading the way. Still 1.5 over Paul Reynolds.
He has just done the fastest lap of this race as well with a 58.679. So showing that doing that double is definitely quicker.
Yeah.
There's Brett Haley, who's currently third. A little bit of a lonely race for him now, so he's dropped off a little bit from the front two, but has also pulled a little bit of a gap over Jamie Wrigglesworth. Back with Michael into that second off-road section. Yeah, he's got that double nailed. Coming round, you should now be seeing the... Yep, there's the last lap flag out. So at this round we do use the Scottish flag, so with the blue with the white cross. But all the riders are informed that that is our last lap flag for this race.
That is the salt tyre that Daniel was talking about. Is Oh, Reynolds going to be close enough for a move, possibly on the last lap if Michael Craig can keep it together. Getting caught up in a bit of traffic here. This could be interesting. It's looking pretty clear.
Yeah, that's Gavin Scaife there, so Michael may struggle now to clear this double. Oh, Paul up the inside.
Oh, Reynolds. Fantastic move.
Great move up the inside from Paul Reynolds there. Finding a gap.
On the last lap too.
So it looks like Michael's not going to do much there with the last few corners, but again, great move by Paul Reynolds there up the dirt, making the most of the back markers and sort of finding that gap.
Yeah.
So both of those riders will move up to the Bs for race 2, and they will start at the back. There's the 791 of Pete Rogers, another Automotive Solutions rider.
Yep. Paul Reynolds still continuing to be fast on this lap.
Yeah, he...
I'm not sure if this is a replay. Not sure if Paul's seen the checkered flag.
So all the riders getting held there so that they don't interrupt the closing lap of their other competitors where that dirt section is. There's Jamie and Brett having a little chat after that race. So yeah, great race to start the day. Just the last few coming round to take the checkered flag.
It'd be interesting to see, Danielle, about that pass on Michael Craig into the off-road section. I'm not too sure if that was exceeding track limits.
So I think he did make it because we've got them barriers there that do stop you taking the closest inside line. I think he just didn't go as high up on the berm. I think Michael tried to go around the back marker above him and didn't quite have enough space. So I think Paul just made the most of the track that was available to him. So, tree cap, we have the number 10 of Paul Reynolds taking first. In second, the 167 of Michael Craig. Third, the 154 of Brett Haley. Fourth, 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. Fifth, 38, Dean Smith. Sixth, the 111 of Duncan Wright. Seventh, 714 of Andy Goodsall. Eighth, 60 of Richard Dickinson. Again, he had a great ride yesterday on that Evo bike. 9th, the 351 of Rick Owen, and in 10th position, the 286 of Ben Green.
It was great to see Duncan Wright do so well there as well. He had a nasty accident, causing a red flag at Rowra. I'm glad to see he's back on the old bike and putting in a good result there.
So they're all now going to do a little podium. We've got them podium paddock stands there. So they're all just going to get themselves set up. So there may be a little bit of a change of position. It looks like you may have been right, Chris, about the position there and them track limits. So it's possible that Paul Reynolds might not be taking that top step for that race.
Yeah, it did look like he did take the inside line, just a bit more than what you could have taken into the second off-road to take the lead, which is a bit of a shame. So that does mean our local hero, Michael Craig, taking the win there in the C race.
Great to see there Michael there with his daughter. So she's there been probably cheering him on. So we've now got our academy riders lining up on the grid. We're in pole position there. It looks like the 117 of Reese Lennox. Reese, again, another one of our red flags at Rowra, but great to see that he's fit and healthy. Gave us all a little bit of a scare, but some new leathers, new boots, new helmet, and he's ready to go.
We have Jackson Bennett as well in the second row.
So they're all now taking their warm-up lap.
Yeah, little Jackson Bennett starting on the second row there, son of Pete. Little Jackson's a part of the BBR team, which I used to be a part of. Rocking the mullet this weekend to see as well. I think he's been inspired by myself.
You hope he's been inspired. I do have to ask, what curlers do you use to achieve such a curly mullet?
Yeah, none at all. It's just a little bit of this Scottish water, Danielle. You know, the Scottish water's nice and soft up here. No lime in it, so it's yeah, silky smooth.
So this class is brilliant for encouraging these riders, bringing them on, but it will be worth mentioning that these dirt sections will be extremely challenging on these smaller wheels. They're very bumpy on the big bikes, but these smaller wheels, it's definitely a lot more to handle.
Definitely. The first time I ever rode Supermoto actually here at Crail in 2015 was on a pit bike, and I remember doing the off-road section on the pit bikes, and oh man, the bike was all over the place. I'd never ridden on slicks before as well, so you've got to take that in consideration. It's not a motocross bike, it handles totally differently, and there's hardly any grip, and you've just got to keep it pinned basically.
So our front row consists of the 117 of Reese Lennox. In second we have the number 8 Blake Wilson. In third we have Archie Ormrod. And in fourth we have the number 56 of Lily Rhodes. Brilliant to see a girl on the front row, I have to say.
Yeah, that said, the Rhodes have been up here doing the Scottish Championship as well, so they've had plenty of track time.
Again, like you said, we also have the 79 of Jackson Bennett on that second row in fifth. So, oh, it looked like someone stalled just there. That looks... Oh, that looked like the 34 of Charlie Cunningham there, making his way into third position. Great start from him. Looks like Lily dropped off a little bit there, possibly about 5th or 6th into that first corner. But Reese Lennox taking the whole shot from the front row and in pole position. These guys absolutely sending it over this dirt. Blake Wilson there, bouncing over that inside line. Few changes of track surface there as well, so that's definitely something to contend with as they come off that off-road, especially with all the dust on their tyres. It's been incredibly dry the last few weeks. Yeah, you can see a few of the guys that normally ride knee down style just keeping their feet off until the tyres are pretty much cleared from all the dust. A lot of riders spinning up yesterday. Looked like we had a yellow flag out there, not quite sure who that's for. We'll just keep an eye out. So again, Reese taking that outside line, followed by the number 8 of Blake Wilson, who I know has got a little bit more off-road experience, but also on that smaller bike, on that 65cc. Yeah, it's great to see Reese out in front. Reese is really good on the tarmac, and a track like Crail is super technical with lots of off-road, so it's great to see Reese at the front. Yeah, he's been dominant in this class since round 1, so great to see that he's able to compete at even faster tracks. It looks like that's the number 58 of Max Rhodes waiting to rejoin there, possibly after a little spill. So that's who that yellow flag's for.
So Reese put in a 104.6, which is almost a full second faster than second place of Blake.
You can see just in the back of the shot there, the number 40 of Archie Ormrod entering the dirt section. A lot of them taking that outside line. Many of them also wearing these road race style helmets, so quite interesting to see that when they're going through the off-road.
Yeah, just noticing this bike here of number 8, there doesn't seem to be any handguards on that bike, Daniel.
Oh yeah. Oh, there are. So, again, Blake Wilson in second, currently doing a 105.3. It's worth mentioning that these times on these little bikes would actually put them to the middle and the back of the C group.
Wow.
So, carrying a lot of corner speed, these guys.
Yeah, look, we're in that second tabletop there was young Blake.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure that Blake has quite a lot of off-road experience. So he did really well at Teesside when it was a little bit iffy conditions, when it was wet on the Sunday.
Yep, compared to obviously Reese out front, he's definitely more of a road rider.
Reese sort of had the advantages of being a little bit larger as well, so he's able to manhandle that bike just that bit more. Good to see that Bathmate replay of our riders going through the dirt section there. We also have the 197 of Rip Jennings out there. He's been loaning his bike to Liam Pearson for another class, so that's great to see. Both riders taking that outside line. Trying to see maybe where Reese is making up that additional second on Blake. You'd like to say that possibly, even these smaller bikes are quite competitive.
Yeah, possibly just a wee bit quicker on the straights, Reese's bike. But they are both now doing 104s.
Yeah, Reese making his way past back markers there. There's the 58 of Lily Roan, the 79 of Jackson Bennett, and the 34 of Charlie Cunningham there going through the dirt section. So they're having a nice little battle a little bit further back. Lily now back to 4th, which is equal to her qualifying position.
Jackson Bennett looking nice and smooth over the off-road there.
Yeah, all three of these riders sort of clearing that little first tabletop, which is great to see. Charlie Cunningham there looking for a gap round the outside, possibly trying to get up the inside for this next straight. Here Lily comes now into this off-road section, taking the inside line, really nicely done there. Oh, and she goes down, back end just spun round on her. So she looks like she's possibly going to lose a couple of positions there, but she's back up. So she'll get back up and running.
Yeah, hopefully the bike can get started quite easily as well. Once the two strokes have been on their side, it can be quite difficult to kick.
And then back with our race leader, Reese Lennox. So he's now got a 3.5 second lead over Blake Wilson in second. Here's that Bathmate replay of Lily, just the back end coming round on her. Easily done in all that dust,
yeah,
but straight back up.
Yep, she's been looking super smooth all through both off-road sections as well. Had plenty of practice here in the Scottish Championship.
Charlie Cunningham doing well there to get round her as well after following her on that inside line, so he managed to get through unscathed. So with 4 laps to go, Reece Lennox still leading. Again, riding that knee down style. Be contending with these back markers. We've seen back markers quite challenging in this class at some of the previous rounds. So at Teesside there were a few issues, and again at Three Sisters.
Nice and consistent as well with the 104s for Reece.
Yeah, here he is coming up on the back marker of, I think that is Rip Jennings of RWJ. That team, quite a few of them in it now, including his teammate Lily and Max. That looked like Jackson Bennett there, possibly stalled on the dirt section. So he might be losing some positions there. Smoothly through that off-road section by Reece. Round. So he will be coming now to take the last lap flag, hopefully. Last lap. So that was the 79 of Jackson Bennett. He's now dropped back to 11th, which has promoted Archie Ormrod and Charlie Cunningham up to 4th. There's the number 40 of Archie.
So just looking at the lap times, Danielle, for Reece there, he's actually slowed down by 2 seconds. Maybe just backing off a little bit, knowing that he's got a bit of a lead.
Yeah, possibly. I think you should be careful to not slow down too much. That lead is about 4 seconds, but it's very easy to make a mistake, especially with these technical dirt sections.
Yeah.
So
he's just went back down to the 106s there, and the 3 guys behind him also doing 106s too. So as long as he stays on, he should hopefully take the win here.
Yeah, it's looking highly likely that he should be taking the win. So again, you can see the number 8 of Blake Wilson just there in the back of shot as they're coming through that dirt section. But coming down here for the final time of this race, we've got another Bathmate replay there. So that looks like Jackson Bennett there coming through that off-road section, taking that outside line.
So just the last couple of corners for Reece, who's going to take the win here at Trail for the first race of the day.
Followed by the number 8 of Blake Wilson. Then the number 40 of Archie Ormrod and the 34 of Charlie Cunningham. So there was Archie. Yeah, another great race. Great to see Reece back again after that crash. So just keeping an eye on these finishes as they come through.
Not to mention that young Reece as well, he was also rocking the mullet at one point. I'm sure I've seen him.
I don't think you're a trendsetter.
I'm pretty sure him and his dad were living the mullet, and they said that they went to the barbers and apparently they just asked for a Chris Eastwood when they go in there.
The Chris Eastwood. If that's what they're asking for, I'm surprised they got a mullet. So it looked like we had a rider there waving to the camera. So Reese there, coming through. Nice big gap on that one. Oh, and a little wheelie.
There we go. He's been saving it up since Wednesday, that wheelie.
I've been saving mine up from round 1, and I'm fairly sure it was only about 2 inches tall. So up next we should have Solos Group B. So that is following on from the qualifying session with that split. Again, that should be a great race. A lot of competitive blokes in that one. We'll just wait for our academy riders to clear the track. All the Solos Group B should now be sat in the holding area waiting and ready to go. Yeah, the graphic on screen's showing, again, 18 degrees, clear sky, really low wind. It has been absolutely perfect conditions, if not a little bit dry. So I know the team from the Scottish Supermoto, Anne and Daryl, have tirelessly worked on this dirt section, trying to dampen it down and make it the best it can be. But it's hard working against the weather, so we appreciate all the work they've done.
Yeah, they've done a fantastic job of the new second off-road, introducing that massive berm and the new double tabletop.
There's the 138 of Paul Groom of the Tripz UK team there giving us a little wave. There's Luke Hutchinson, another rider that's come from Pit Bikes, riding really, really well on that KTM 350.
Yep. Yeah, that's the thing about Supermoto. It's really great. You can start off riding the pit bikes through the academy class, and then slowly moving your way up, just like I did from 2015, and then moved up to the bigger 450 class in 2016.
We do also have the adult mini bike classes as well. They run on a Saturday too, so options for sort of all price points if they wanted to get into the sport. There's Blaine again. He's made the switch from 2 strokes that he was racing. He's now on a 450. So Gordon Clark had a mechanical at Rowra. I think he had an engine failure, so he's managed to get that sorted since round 3. So that's great to see him back again at his home round of Crail. Also a member of the Scottish Supermoto. So these guys will be getting ready to head out on their formation lap. Take up their positions.
So I can see that it's team member BBR of Peter Bennett on pole. It's a shame to see Peter actually back in the B group. He's normally top 10 in the A's, Daniel. It just shows you how physical Crail can be as a track, and how technical it is for experienced riders like Peter.
Yeah, so I think Pete had a little bit of an off yesterday. I think he was the cause of a red flag in race 2. So I think he had a bit of an off in the dirt section. Probably a little bit battered and bruised this morning, but great to see him back out there. Again, Dean Hillier, who's also in second for this B race, not normally a B group rider. He's again right. Battered and bruised.
Yeah. Dean Hillier is normally right up there in the A's with myself. Had some good battles with Dean at the last meeting at Rowra. So again, yeah, it's strange to see some of the top guys in the B group.
But what's also good to see is some of our riders that are classified as novices making their way up to the B group. So the likes of the 475 of Luca Jennings, the 800 of Gordon Clark and the 43 of Oliver Ross, all sort of making their way to the back of this B group. So a good mix in this one.
Yeah, it's great to see young Oliver on the Racing Crews and KTM making up into the Bs.
So those RWJ leathers there, we've just seen a few of them in the academy class, so we've now got parents racing in this one. We've got the 125 of Dean Wingate out in this one, so his daughter Isabel Wingate was also in the academy class. We also have the number 8 of Paul Rhodes, who's the dad of Max and Lily Rhodes. So unfortunate to see Lily go down in that one, but I think I did see her running to the holding area to tell her dad she was okay. Another rider that had a great day yesterday was the 817 of Harley Sharp. He had a great battle in race 2 with the likes of Blaine Pearson, Kyle Eccleston. All of them battling the way. You can see the riders there trying to scrub as much of that dust off their tyres before the start.
Yeah, that's it. You definitely want to get all the dirt off your tyres before you come into that first left, Danielle, just because it's a smoother part of the tarmac. So it's really important that you clear off the dust, plenty heat in the tyres, so you're ready to go.
So we'll just wait for all the riders to take their positions. There's the 817 Bathmate rider of Harley Sharp. Bathmate, another one of our sponsors for the classes of this live stream. Bathmate providing men and women's sexual health products.
Hopefully we see Blaine Pearson as well finish the race, hopefully with the bike still running. If you remember last year he ran across the line with it.
So it looks like we've also got an on board here. Not quite sure who it is we're on board with, but you can see the 118. So on board with Paul Groom, you can see him there following the 188 rider of Seth Gibson into that dirt section. Groomy, another member of the Tripz UK team, our title sponsor.
So it's looking like Dean Hillier's now got the lead over Pete Bennett.
Yeah, Dean, an experienced elite rider, will be looking to sort of pull a bit of a gap on this first lap. So you can see just how bumpy it is from this onboard lap with Paul Groom.
Super dusty as well, with the amount of riders going through the off-road section.
Absolutely. Also, not able to do the double there. A lot of the riders in this class will be doing the double. But with traffic in front of you, it's quite difficult, especially with that visibility issue with the dust. Dean riding with an injured hand, quite a lot of bruising and a bit of a sore thumb. His off yesterday also collected Richard Blakeman, so both of them a little bit battered and bruised, but I spoke to Dean and he's confident that after the first lap he'll hopefully be able to just get on with it. Not managing the double there, so it looks like our Bathmate replay is showing the number 8 of Paul Rhodes possibly gone down in the dirt. Lost quite a lot of time there. Quick look over to see how much of a gap he's got on Peter Bennett. Almost a second, I'd say.
Yeah, it was 1.6 Danielle, 1.6 over Pete Bennett.
Dean there taking that outside line, sticking with it all the way around.
Nearly a big off there for Dean Hillier.
It looked like Dean wanted to go have a look at the golf course by how high he was getting on that berm. Big moment for Dean.
Very easily done as well, going into that berm, Danielle. I've been there myself.
Yeah, it's just so bumpy and you're trying to find grip, so yeah, I'm not quite surprised that he's the only one that's done that.
So I wonder if that's going to get in his head down. Is Pete Bennett going to pull him back in? You can see they're both doing 55s. Pete Bennett crossing over the jump there from inside to out.
Getting a bit loose there on the exit, so trying to get the power down, but them tyres still covered in dust from that off-road, so Peter Bennett spinning up a little bit there. But he has managed to close that gap a little bit.
There we go, Pete doing the jump there, pulling him right in, doing the jump, such a difference in time.
There's that Bathmate replay of that big moment from Dean Hillier on the berm.
Pete just looking a wee bit slower though when he's coming back onto the tarmac there, because he did pull him right in the off-road, and now he's back.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Dean not doing that double on that second off-road, to be honest with you. I expected him to be doing that.
Yeah.
through this bottom off-road section, taking that outside line, but again Pete closing that gap a little bit.
Yeah, you can see the difference with Dean's bike as well. It seems to be turning a lot quicker. I think Dean does have the shortened swing arm and linkage, whereas Pete is on a standard bike. So there we go, Pete just clearing it, it's pulled him right in. But you can just see the difference here in the tarmac and the speed.
Yeah, he pulls him in the dirt, but just isn't able to keep close enough to be able to make a pass.
Yeah.
So
Looking a bit better that time though.
yeah, as they cross the line that time, it looks like the gap.
0.6.
Yeah, again, it's come right down again, so absolutely nothing in it. See in the background there, the 817 of Harley Sharp. Again, another great ride.
I think that's Seth Gibson who's had a crash there as well.
Yeah, he's had quite a difficult weekend, some bike issues yesterday, so looks like he's possibly spun around as he's come out of the off-road there on that outside line.
Pete just managing the jump there, just a little bit too close. That's the thing, if you're too close going to the rider in front, then you can't always clear the jump in case you land on them. With the track as physical as this as well, are we going to see Dean Hillier make it to the end at good pace?
Yeah, he is quite covered in bruises, so possibly that could be starting to get to him now. Tiring as to come over this dirt. A little bit more on board of the Tripz UK rider Paul Groom there. Paul's currently sitting in P8 behind Dean Wingate.
So just have a look at Pete Bennett here. Is he going to manage to jump behind Hillier? Not quite this time, a bit too close.
Yeah, wasn't able to sort of make that advantage. Looked like Dean there made a little mistake coming off the off-road, so Peter Bennett's managed to close that gap. Dean covering the inside there, so no room for Peter Bennett.
Wow, massive moment for Pete Bennett there, looking at the crowd after that.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Big moment. Just trying to get the power on a little bit too hard there. Just try and get up the inside of Dean Hillier before that first off-road.
Yep, it's the tarmac that they use on that section on that left. It is super smooth and it is a bit slidey.
The technical term.
That's the one, super smooth and slidey. Cool, Pete Bennett hopefully going to do the jump. He does, pulls him back in, good. Is he close enough to make a move? I did see he was eyeing up the inside to the last corner. He's a bit too far back now.
Yeah, that outside line seems to be a little bit more difficult to straighten out that corner off the off-road. So I'm wondering if by doing the double he's not able to make the inside.
Yeah. Both doing 57s.
Yeah, our fastest lap was actually by the number 8 of Paul Rhodes, but after what I think was an off, he's currently down in 13th place. Doesn't look like the 188 of Seth Gisson is going to be rejoining this race.
You can see the difference of Pete Bennett in the off-road section. Pete is quite an experienced motocross rider. He is really, really good.
Looked like he made a little bit of a mistake there going into that berm, so
yeah, he's just
not
lost
quite
all
as
his
close.
Yeah, he's lost his speed there to do the jump. Dean's going to pull away a little bit through this technical section of the tarmac. Pete Bennett, 56 there, a little bit quicker than Hillier. Just a couple of bike lengths in between them now. 2 laps to go.
So we'll watch them going into this bottom off-road.
Yeah,
Pete not quite clearing that tabletop on the inside, was he?
No, I think he's went for the inside here, thinking that he's trying to change up, just trying to find a way to pass.
The 817 of Harley Sharp also closing that gap now, so He's about 2 seconds off Dean Hillier. So if either of these two make a mistake, he's sort of right there. Bathmate replay there of the 138 of Paul Groom through that off-road section.
Okay, so last lap now here. Can we see Pete Bennett make a move on Hillier?
So he's not quite close enough to get up the inside down this fast corner. Goes inside again.
Hopefully Pete stays outside here, he'll look much quicker.
Yeah, he managed to get back across to the outside line. Harley again, he's caught up loads of time through that dirt section. These three have managed to break away from the rest of the pack, so with the 666 of Darrell Pennington in fourth, he's currently about 6 seconds behind these guys.
Yeah. Is Pete going to make a move here? Up the inside, possibly? Just too tight, and that's how they're going to take the win over Pete Bennett and Harley Sharp.
Yeah, some great racing from them too. So watching across the line, there's Darrell Pennington finishing just in front of Blaine Pearson there, 4th and 5th. And here's the onboard with the Tripz UK rider Paul Groom coming round. So this is the final corner before the checkered flag. So there Paul gets the checkered flag. Followed by the 125 of Dean Wingate, 58 of Craig Forshaw. And it looked like Paul Rhodes there. There was the 56 of Luke Hutchinson, and we're just waiting for the 43 of Oliver Ross.
My monitor's doing some crazy shit right now.
There is Ollie, again, riding knee down style, progressed from those smaller bikes.
Yeah, it's great to see Ollie here riding at the British Championship. He's only done the Scottish Championship so far this year. I don't think he's done any rounds down south. But yeah, cracking ride for Ollie there on the KTM.
Yeah, great race there. So both the 79 of Peter Bennett and the 108 of Dean Hillier will move their way up to the A's for race 2.
Back where they belong.
Pretty much, yeah. And I'm sure they'll both be thinking that as well. So that will put the 817 of Harley Sharp on pole for race 2 of the Bs. CRA riders there sat in the holding area ready to go. A lot of them now bringing generators down so they can keep their tyre warmers on for as long as possible. There's the 33 of Jay Smith. There's the 217 of Richard Sharp, so I'm sure he'll have been eagerly watching that B race, watching Harley there in 3rd.
Yep, they do. They look like twins on track, actually.
Honestly, riding on the track day, I thought I was keeping up with Richard Sharp. I wasn't even upset when it was Harley that went past me. I was still impressed.
Yeah, Harley's been riding really well at Teesside as well. I had a crash in Teesside, and when I got back up, I thought I was behind Richard for ages, and it took me a good few laps to get back. Harley, he's been riding amazing. He had a bit of a year out as well, didn't he? And he's came back and he's looking really strong on the bike.
Yeah, it's great to see Harley's gain some confidence. So looks like all these A riders now have been given the go ahead to take their tyre warmers off and make their way to the track. Again, there's the Bathmate rider of Andy Mitchell. He had a great ride yesterday. I think he finished 7th overall. So excellent ride from him, the over 45 rider. There's Bathmate team boss Jono there coming over to wish him luck, I'm sure.
Not to forget Danielle as well. Only a few years ago, Andy Mitchell won a race here, the last race on the Sunday.
Yeah, he did. I do remember that.
Yep.
Yeah, he must really like it up here. So there's Tripz UK team boss Chris Walker there making his way out. He had a good ride yesterday as well. Good to see Scott Murray back. So back out on a TM as well.
Yeah, that's it. Scotty's back and he's on the TM, looking strong. He had a ride at Meti last year. Hadn't rode in a year or two, and I believe he won. He won his class.
Yeah, I was there. So at the Designations, there was also a Belgian round going on. So while we were over there racing, I raced in the ladies TM Challenge. He also raced in the Belgian, and he was on a borrowed bike from Jamie Duncan and was one of only, I think, 3 riders clearing the huge tabletop that they had there.
Yeah.
So can definitely handle a bike.
Yeah, Scotty in the off-road is just as good as Jamie Duncan. He's an absolute animal. Scotty and Jamie Duncan both ex-Scottish motocross champions as well from back in the day. So it's great to see the 2 local heroes on the front row, Daniel.
Yeah, both of them really quick through the off-road yesterday as well. So the 2 Scotsmen making great time up. A few of their competitors had some issues yesterday, so nothing to take away from them. I think Jamie Duncan also suffered a puncture as well, so a few issues yesterday, but all back out and raring to go. You can see the HGR rider. So here they are now through the off-road for their warm-up lap.
So it's most of the A riders all taking the outside line, so coming in inside and then going outside on the way out, and it just keeps you on the defence as well coming out, just so that no one can kind of run round the outside of you.
Another rider to mention that's sort of not where they would normally be is the 54 of Richard Blakeman. So he's currently 2nd overall in the British Championship, but is currently qualified 10th for this race, so showing that those batters and bruises from yesterday taking their toll. But see if a little bit of adrenaline helped him with this race.
Yeah, that's it. It could have been a lot worse, but thankfully Richard has a lot of padding, so it's helped him out a bit there.
Yep, he's not on Team Fat and Fast for nothing. So there's Jay Smith leaning the bike over to make sure there's plenty of oil on that clutch for the start. See quite a few of the riders doing it. There's again Alex Mullaney doing the same thing. Oliver Holmes, another brilliant ride from him. He rode really, really well at Rowra for round 3. But again, yesterday through that off-road looked really quick. Another member of the Scottish Supermoto. So.
Yes, indeed. He's also the local pizza man now. Oliver Holmes. He has a lovely barbecue pizza that he brings with him.
So here we go, ready for the lights to go out, and away they go. So we're actually on board with the number 33 of Jay Smith. It looks like Richard Sharp trying to go around the outside there, but Jay's got the whole shot.
Yeah, it's looking like Jamie Duncan as well.
Oh, a few riders down there, so that looks like the 61 of Andy Mitchell. We've got Jack Nation and Richard Blakeman there.
Yeah, it's looking like Jack Nation's taking a bit of a hit to the foot there.
Yeah, all riders up though, so that's good to see. Jay out in front with Richard Sharp there on his tail, and then followed by the number 1 of Chris Hodgson. All these riders will be doing the double as long as they've got the space in front of them.
Yeah,
so.
Definitely.
Looks like we've got a replay of that crash on the start. So it looks like Andy Mitchell just lost the rear and Jack Nation had nowhere to go. Chris Walker lucky there to stay up, so...
Yeah, I wonder what's happened to Jamie Duncan as well. He went backwards into the first corner basically.
Yeah, not a great start for Jamie, so he'll be trying to fight back from that one. So Chris there looking a little bit loose on that inside line.
Jamie back up to 6th place now.
Yeah, just behind the number 100 of Alex Mullaney, also one of our under-21s riders. So this A race sponsored by Sheen's Projects and Doors. Richard Sheen also one of our riders, so he was out in that C race on his TM. So there's Jack Nation back up, so good to see him riding. Looked like he was in a bit of pain, but managed to stay out of the way of these guys up the front.
Looking at lap times down here, looks like the top three are doing 53s, 54s in fourth, and 55s for Jamie Duncan.
So, on board with Jay as we enter this second off-road section. See just how bumpy that berm is. Clearing that double and using that inside line of berm. Sharpie all over the back of him though, along with Chris, so both of them now waiting to make a move. Chris Hodgson now with the fastest lap time of a 53.0, so chasing from the third position. He's managed to push, taking that inside and switching to the outside, so looked like he lost a bit of time though.
Yeah, he did. Looking like Jay and Sharpie just putting a little bit of a gap in Hodgson there.
Yeah, you can see it's quite tricky to pass as well through that section. Looks like there's sort of one quick line from the off-road until that final corner. Sharpie can sort of get the power down before they make it to this off-road. Not quite close enough.
Jamie Duncan fastest lap there, 53.002. Just a fraction of Hodgson, but not much in it at all.
Yeah, he's also made his way by Alex Mullaney, so he'll now be trying to catch his fellow Scotsman of Scott Murray on the TM, the borrowed bike. Scott obviously managed to get the back brake issue that he'd had from qualifying sorted from clipping a barrier. You can see Scott there in the back of shot.
Richard Sharpie in the fastest lap there with a 52.9. Jay also doing a 52 and Hodgson still in 53s.
Yeah, Richard's just not able to find a way around the outside of Jay after taking that inside line. That outside definitely favours that corner. You're able to sort of block anyone from the inside line.
Yeah, it's going to be super difficult for one of these guys to pass here, unless one of them makes a pretty obvious mistake.
So those front two, both Jay and Richard, both doing 52s, with Chris currently doing a 53.0, so there's absolutely nothing in it between these three.
Richard Sharp keeping both feet on there, railing around that berm, just coming out the off-road. That was impressive.
Yeah, chatting to Richard, I know he's got a lot of off-road experience. We're also talking about how he likes to get his sideways, so we're also talking about jumps and the best way to sort of take them, so hopefully be able to have a little watch of that soon.
Jay Smith looking super strong at the front here.
There was the 55 of Jack Nation. Looks like he's sort of nursing his way around there, doing what he needs to do, which is come home with some points after a hard crash on that first lap.
Jay landing completely flat on the first tabletop there in the off-road this year.
Interesting to see the different riding styles through that dirt as well, so Richard preferring to stand up all the way around that berm as well. with about 7 laps to go, we've still got Scott Murray in 4th with Jamie Duncan in 5th, them two not able to sort of catch back up to these leading 3.
Yep. Chris Hodgson there just back a little bit, maybe a mistake by Hodgson.
Yeah, he did get the fastest lap on the lap previous, but it looks like he made a mistake coming out of that left-hander.
Yeah, the silky smooth one.
Richard not able to find a way past Jay through this dirt section, trying everything he can.
The only way that I can see it, I think, Richard getting by is possibly just throwing it up the inside in the last corner.
Yeah, it looked like Jay was trying to hug that curve, so not much of a gap on the inside, and he's not quite close enough now going into this off-road section. Again, trying that inside line, trying to take a different line.
Jay is going to be so defensive on this, he's not going to leave the door open, is it? That closes it.
Yeah, absolutely no space around the outside for Richard Sharp there. Chris Hodgson dropping off a little bit there, so the gap from Jay's opened up to about 2.1 seconds.
Two laps to go, Jay Smith still leading the way. Is Sharpie going to get a quick jump over this tabletop?
So it looks like Jamie Duncan's found a way past Scott Murray. He's now up to 4th.
He's going to shut the door. He's going to shut the door. He does again. Not close enough.
Yeah, just not close enough coming out of that off-road section. Even trying to look around the outside there, possibly.
Okay, so we're on to the last lap. Jay Smith still leading over Richard Sharp by Hodgson. Jamie Duncan in 4th position, followed by Scott Murray. Richard Sharp isn't going to be close enough here coming out the off-road. Is Jay going to close the door on him? I think he's shut the door on him again. Jay Smith coming out the off-road for the final time. Richard Sharp not quite close enough. He's going to ride defensive.
Yeah, he's not going to get past here now, Chris.
And Jay Smith takes the win.
Yeah, good ride there from Jay Smith. This is David Dearden joining in with Chris while Danielle's gone to do some post-race interviews as we watch Andy Mitchell and Chris Walker. Andy's done quite well catching up with Chris earlier on from that tumble. And then we've got Ian Bremner now just coming into shot to come and finish his race. Ian riding really well on Continental tyres, Chris. Someone I think you know very well.
Yeah. Ian running a 17-inch front Continental tyre and rear as well. Going really well on the Husqvarna. He's changed from TM.
Yeah, I feel really sorry for Richard Blakeman. Richard's been riding so well. He got injured in a crash that was not his fault yesterday, and it looked like he got brought down not his fault in this race as well, I think. So Richard was really painful this morning. He couldn't ride. He's got an injured side. He's taking painkillers, but managed to qualify in the A's, and he was hoping to pick some good points up. So Andy and Chris Walker there just congratulating each other after a good race. And I do feel really sorry for Jack Nation. He always seems to get involved in something in these races. Qualifies amazingly well, but
He does. That's the issue at being at the back of the group, isn't it, Dave? Is you just get tangled up with other riders, unfortunately. Me being one of the last rounds.
Yeah, so Chris, it's probably Danielle's probably said to you earlier on, but you'll be feeling in a lot of mixed feelings being here commentating, won't you? I think you would have thought you could have been on the podium at this meeting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely gutted to not be riding this weekend at the home track. Putting a lot of effort this year at the Scottish Championship. Been running at the front with Jamie. So yeah, pretty gutted to be missing it. But 6 weeks time, 6 weeks out, get back on it, and hopefully finish off the rest of the championship.
Yeah, I think the only thing that you can take away from was that Rowra, it wasn't your fault, and you were riding extremely well. So you can take some comfort in that, really, that it wasn't your fault, and you were up there competing right at the front end with the top lads. So well done on that.
So we're here with Jay Smith, who managed to lead that one from start to finish. Great ride, Jay. We actually saw some of your on board as well, so that was great to see some of the on board.
Oh, great.
How are you finding the track?
Yes, I've always loved Crowell, really. It's so technical. It's well demanding out there today. But I'm on the new bike that I haven't rode all year, so we managed to get our suspension back from Spain, and it feels all right, really. So it feels nice and comfortable and planted, so I'm just going to focus on the new model now for the rest of the year and try and develop that as much as I can.
Yeah, we did notice that you were on the new bike, so it's good to see that you've managed to get a good setup and it's clearly working for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, no big dramas in that one. You won't have seen all the drama that happened behind you on that first lap. Richard, you were trying everything you could to get round on that for the entire race. So great effort. Yeah. Watching you around the off-road as well, absolutely flying.
Well, Jay was taking the outside, I was taking the inside, because that's the only place I could really have a look at him. So we just tried the whole race. Got close a couple of times, but couldn't get round him. And I seen Chris were right behind us, so I had to be aware of that. Like, didn't want to leave the door open for him. Yeah, there was about 3 seconds between all of you, if that. Yeah. So you were all really, really close. Chris, yeah, not quite number 1 or 2, but third position for that one. Great ride again. Close to them. Dropped off a little bit mid-pack.
Steady race. Bit of a mistake mid-race, and it dropped me a couple of seconds back, but managed to claw it back towards the end of the race. But you know, Krill's never been kind to me over the years. You know, there's always some issue, but today seems to be going well. Happy with the riding. Good close racing up front, so just have to try and get off the starting race for race 2. Yeah, hopefully all your bike gremlins were done yesterday, so you had a puncture and a cracked swing arm. So hopefully that was it for Crail. But yeah, well done. Yeah, thank you. So I'll go back to Chris and Dave and I'll come back up and then we will get ready for race 2.
talk about different riding styles for Supermoto. So I'm here with Richard Sharp from the Bathmate team, and we've got a few questions for you.
Morning, Danielle.
So, firstly, what is backing it in? It's a big riding style in Supermoto, but what is it?
Backing in's just when you come into a corner, you just get the rear end of the bike out sliding.
When it comes to a corner, how do you back it in?
It's easier to do it quick than it is slow. Obviously, in as fast as you can, hard on the front brake, and you get the rear end loose. And then once you've got it out, you can just control it with the front end steering in to the apex, and then back on the throttle.
So a lot of riders ride with either feet on or feet off. You ride with your feet off the pegs. So going into a corner, you've normally got your inside leg out. Why do you do that?
It's just more of a comfort thing, really. Me being a motocrosser, that's how we ride motocross, so it just transfers straight to the track for Supermoto.
Another aspect of Supermoto is not only the tarmac, but we've got the dirt sections, and at quite a lot of tracks we do have some jumps. Taking a jump, sort of best way, do you sort of square it off? Do you line up for it?
I mean, every jump's different, so it all depends on the run up to it, how big the jump is. But obviously, I mean, I love jumps. A lot of the road guys don't like the dirt, but I mean, it's Supermoto, so more dirt for me, the better. Obviously, coming off the dirt onto the tarmac, that's a big part of the sport. I mean, as soon as you get back on the tarmac, it takes a couple of turns just to clean your tyre back up, and then you're back up to full speed on the tarmac then. And obviously, I mean, it's not an issue today, but when it's wet, it drags a lot of dirt onto the tarmac, which can be very slippy.
Slicks on dirt. How do you feel about it? A lot of people are quite put off by the fact that on motocross you've got knobbly tyres that grip into the dirt, and they see a slick and are quite shocked that you're riding on dirt with them.
You've just got to be, obviously, you can't push like you can with a knobbly tyre, but just got to keep the bike straight and obviously not brake too hard, otherwise you will lose the front. And just try and flow around the dirt.
So thank you, Richard, for having a chat with us this morning. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon and welcome to round 4 of the Tripz British Supermoto Championship back here at Crail. On the grid now we have our Supermoto Academy riders. So these riders all on from 65cc, 2 strokes and 85s up to the 150 you can see there of Liam Pearson on another borrowed bike. So these riders had a great first race, Rhys Lennox taking the win from Blake Wilson. He pretty much led it from start to finish, so nice and smooth racing from Rhys. Yeah, so they're just heading out on their warm-up lap. Ready to go. A little bit of drama in that first race as well, a few fallers. I know we saw Lily Rhodes have a little bit of an off in the dirt. She was doing really well, sitting in 4th position. The Supermoto Academy class, sponsored by FF Solutions Limited Design and Build, the company based in London who work with architects for building and design purposes, London based, and you can find them at www.ffsolutions.com. So here come our Academy riders on their small wheels through the dirt section, making their way around, making themselves familiar with the track. So it should be interesting to see if Rhys can replicate that race 1. That'll be the goal. Blake Wilson, quick through the off-road, but sort of looked like he was lacking in power, wasn't able to keep with Rhys. Similar lap times, but couldn't quite close that gap. You can see there the number 5 of Archie Reynolds, son of Paul Reynolds, the team boss of Automotive Solutions there. So all there with their matching liveries for the team. There's Rhys sat on the grid. All new helmet and leathers for Rhys after his crash. Little wave there from Isabel Wingate, one of the younger members of Team RWJ Racing. Again, there's Rip Jennings on his gas, ready to go. And there's Jackson Bennett, another one of our fallers from race 1, so he'll be looking to improve. Then at the back of the grid we have Harris Tall, not looking so tall, but he will be out there racing on his KTM 65. There we have. There's Harris. Looks like he's on his brother's bike, Leon. So we're just waiting to make sure everyone's prepared to go, and then the lights will go out. And they're all away. So looks like it's Rhys Lennox that's taken the whole shot again there. It looks like Charlie Cunningham there not making the corner, ran wide, so he'll have to rejoin when it's safe to do so. So we've got Rhys Lennox going into the dirt section there, round the outside. You can see there Charlie Cunningham, the number 34, has rejoined. There he is going around that outside line on the dirt section, just behind Liam Pearson on that borrowed CR F150. Rhys there taking a really high line there over that berm. Nice and smooth. These smaller bikes obviously not able to double this. There's the number 40 of Archie Ormrod there looking really fast around that dirt section. The number 125 of Isabel Wingate there, I think, sitting in 5th. So great start for her. And there's the number 10 of Lucas Murch out there on the more pit bike style bikes, the 4 strokes. So Rhys again entering that dirt, taking the outside line, seems very comfortable with that one. His preferred line, followed by the number 8 of Blake Wilson. So pretty much the same as race 1. So we'll keep an eye on them. Archie Ormrod looking a lot closer to Blake in this one though. So we'll see if Archie's able to make a pass for second. Reese there taking again that high line over around the berm into the dirt. Not too many options with entering the dirt. It's quite tight into there. But again, back down to his normal knee down style after he's scrubbed his tyres clean. Reese there looking like he's pulling a little bit of a lead. He's got about a 1.4 second gap over the number 8 of Blake Wilson now, going into lap 2. So there's Blake, followed by Archie Ormrod. Both of them looking comfortable through the dirt sections, and those top 3 are pulling a gap over the number 308 of Cody Miskelly, who's currently in 4th. You can see Blake there giving it all he's got out of that little 65, but Archie Ormrod sort of catching him there. Blake on the KTM machine compared to Archie on that Husqvarna. Looks like they're coming up on the back marker there of the 197 of Rip Jennings, so he may have had an issue early on in this race. But Archie there going up the inside there of Rip and getting by nice and safely. So some great shots here of Blake Wilson there, that knee down style on that 65, absolutely keeping it pinned. So super smooth down that outside berm. Little wobble there over the tabletop, but Archie there pretty much clearing that second tabletop. Nicely done. And then back out onto the tarmac. So Reese Lennox currently does have the fastest lap time with a 104.2. However, Blake Wilson is also doing a 104.2, but that gap is still 2.35 seconds between them two. So not quite catching Reese. Reese is pulling that gap, but this battle for second, Archie Ormrod not letting Blake go. So you can see Blake there running quite wide out of that corner. And then into the dirt. It seems like this is where Archie's making up a lot of his time on Blake. Gets really close to him here, but not enough space to sort of make a move. You can see there on their last lap, them top 3 all doing 104s. So that's quite a big gap to the 4th place man of Cody Miskelly, who's currently doing a 107.9. So these top 3 really are holding their own for pace. Again, coming up on back markers, but back markers are where they're there, giving them enough space around the inside. So nicely done there from Harris. Blake there trying to get around that back marker. So the number 10 of Lucas Murch. Oh, that looked like Archie just lost the rear there. He's gone down, but he's back up. So great to see there the dads coming in, getting the kids going again. So, and these 2 strokes can be a bit funny to get started though. So hopefully he's not lost too many places there. So back to our leader, Reese Lennox, cruising away at the front there. He's now got a 2.6 second gap over Blake. So here's our Bathmate replay of Archie Ormrod there, just losing the rear on that loose berm on the inside. but it's good to see him rejoin quickly.
He is moving.
So Archie Ormrod in third has actually now placed the fastest lap. So he's done a 104, but obviously after his little off has dropped him down the pack. There's the 197 of Rip Jennings on his RWJ Gas. All nicely prepared bikes. And then you can see the number, it looks like 18 of Jordan Thomas there, making his way around the outside on that older style KTM 2-stroke. Here's our leader now of Reece Lennox. Taking a quick look over his shoulder, seeing how big that gap is. That knee down style nicely does it. As he goes into that off-road section, and then here's the number 8 of Blake Wilson. So the gap's now extended to 4.1 seconds over Reece Lennox. So a little bit of a struggle. He's looks like we've possibly had a yellow flag through our dirt section, so hopefully the rider's up. Go as we watch Blake now come down this straight. You can see Archie Ormrod there. Lost quite a few positions, so yeah, he's now being lapped by Blake Wilson, who he was battling with early on in this race, so that's unfortunate for Archie, but it's good to see him back out racing. Blake now will be struggling for clear track to try and close that gap down to Reece, but riding really, really well. The 77 of possibly Harris there, riding really, really well. There was Reece kicking up some dust through that inside berm, followed by, I think that's the 58 of Lily Rhodes. Again, she had a great race in race 1 before her off in the dirt section, which is catching a few of these riders out. Reece now maybe easing up a little bit. He's taken a few glances over his shoulder and seen he's got a fairly big gap. His last lap was a 106.1, so not quite as fast as his fastest of a 104.2, but sizable gap now. He knows he's got a little bit of breathing room. Blake has managed to close the gap down to 3.7 seconds, but not quite in shot here with Reece. We take a look. Just see him enter in the dirt section there as Reece is going around this inside berm. Reece there coming up on more back markers. That looked to be the number 5 of Archie Reynolds there on his Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. But smoothly past goes Reece. Again, keeping another little glance over his shoulder to sort of see where Blake might be. It looks like he's also now coming up on the 34 of Charlie Cunningham. So Charlie managed to go wide at turn 1 on the first lap, so he's not had a great first race or second, so a little bit unfortunate for Charlie as this is his roam round. You know, good pals with Reece, so he'll be watching closely. Gave Reece plenty of space there coming through out of that dirt section. Very easy to block someone there. especially if they're coming from that outside line. So our leader then, Rhys Lennox, coming up on a little group of back markers here. He's got the number 18 of Jordan Thomas. Along with the 36 of Harris Tall and the number 10 of Lucas Murch. But just following Jordan through that inside line. It's always quite difficult when you're following a back marker. You don't want to sort of stay right behind them just in case they sort of make a mistake or are a bit too slow. But I think Rhys will know he's got that bit of breathing room. So just be concentrating on what's going on in front of him. That gap now to Blake Wilson up to 7.9 seconds. So Rhys there taking the checkered flag. So he'll be followed by Blake Wilson and Cody Miskelly. You can see that on our Bathmate replay. You can see Isabel Wingate there going through the dirt section. The other member of that RJW, Isabel, currently sitting in 5th, so great result for Isabel. Just in front of her is her teammate, number 56 of Lily Rhodes. So the two girls there finishing 4th and 5th once they come round to take the checkered flag.
No, you're not going to be here. You're in the far right.
There's no signs saying nothing.
Well,
you're not in here, you can't find something like that.
I'm trying to keep your son safe because you shouldn't be standing up here there.
There's the 79 of Jackson Bennett now coming out of the off-road section.
Yeah. So let me do my job.
Right. I'll keep you in the complaint and everything.
Okay, please do. Bye. I can't hear you because I don't care.
There's the 308 of Cody Miskelly there going over the dirt. Nice little wheelie there from Rhys as they come in, and a bit of a rear skid from Blake Wilson. So great race there from our Academy riders. That Academy class sponsored by FF Solutions. Brilliant concept to encourage these younger riders. Not only are getting that tarmac experience of road racing like from pit bikes, but also that off-road experience riding the same track as our elite riders. So credit to all of them. Could see the handguard there of Art Jornrod bent down a little bit from his off in the dirt section, but he managed to finish, fortunately finishing 15th. So I'm assuming he'll be quite disappointed with that. There's the two girls of Lily Rhodes and Isabel Wingate there coming in. But we'll now get ready for British Championship Race C. So here are our C Group riders sat in the holding area ready to go. There's the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. So as we wait for all the Academy riders to vacate the track, we'll have a little wander around the holding area. There's Pete again. Not a bad ride for him in race 1. He finished 12th, but with the two moving up from race 1 to the Bs, he will be starting this race in 10th. Again, Gavin Skaith on one of the Evo bikes, showing that you don't need the newest, fanciest bike to be out there competing and enjoying yourself. So he's out there on an old KTM. There's the 222 of Nathan Koenig on the KTM 450 of his dad, so the name there, Mark Koenig. And he is then in front of the 52 of Richard Sheen of Sheen's Projects and Doors, sponsor of our A race. He's also a part of the Bathmate team, so our sponsors for our race replays. Again, all the Bathmate riders out on their lovely looking pink bikes, very, very easy to spot. Can be quite confusing when there's multiple. It looks like Selby's there sitting this one out. You can see him there just sat at the sidelines. He'll be cheering his pal on, I'm sure. So I think they're just making some amendments to the barriers on track, and they will then be able to release them. So you can see there our holding area marshal now explaining the changes to the riders that have been made. So due to that incident in race 1 of the A race, the officials have decided to amend the race start. So rather than taking that first left and then right that they have been most of today, the decision has been made to instead just take the faster left-hander around there. So all the riders now been formed, making their way out to form up on the grid. So on pole we should have the 154 of Brett Haley, our super vet from round 3. Following him is the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. Jamie got a great start in race 1, but wasn't able to stick with that front group by the end of the race. In 3rd place we should have the 38 of Dean Smith. Dean coming back from a quite serious leg injury, so it's great to see him back out there racing and being competitive. And then we have the number 111 of Duncan Wright, who's had a bit of an off at Rowra, was a bit battered and bruised, but ready to fight another day at his home round here. 5th position we have my teammate 714 of Andrew Goodsell out there on the AWG ULS Husqvarna, followed by the number 60 of Richard Dixon, who I think is on an Evo bike. There it is, there's Richard, followed by Gavin Scaife, who's also on that Evo bike there. So all the riders were getting prepared, a few riders asking for a bit of assistance putting on hole shot devices. Now they just clip into a ring that's around the fork leg and hold that front end down on a start. That's to try and prevent the wheelie in that can happen, to help you try get a better start. So riders now being sent round on their first lap. So all the riders coming through here now, familiarising themselves with the dirt. Warm-up lap's a good idea to sort of, if you haven't tried something in race 1, maybe possibly try it on the warm-up lap to see if that's a possibly quicker line for you. If you've eyed something up from the race but didn't want to try it. Here they come through. That section off the off-road, quite tricky. A lot of riders spinning up there with all that dust on their tyres.
Corner, not the Supermoto corner.
So all the riders now lining up. You can see there Jamie putting his whole shot device on, along with the 38 of Dean Smith. Nice little wave from Dean there. So we should see the changes to the start. Them barriers will be moved after the first lap, so it'll go back to the normal race layout, but just try and make the start a little bit safer. All the riders will be taking a slightly different line for this first lap, but that's been instructed to them by Robin. And here's the 164 of Sean Jones. So that makes up our grid. And again, it looks like Jamie getting that great start, followed by the 154 of Brett Haley and 38 of Dean Smith. So Jamie got a start like this in race 1, but wasn't able to convert it to either a win or a podium.
Jamie looking super smooth over the off-road there again.
Oh, looks like we've got a few riders there getting a bit tangled. That looked like Pete Rogers there. And then Sean Jones sort of stuck on that tabletop. Not sure if he stalled the bike, but all the riders getting through. James taking that high line around that berm.
It'll be interesting to see if any of the riders in the C class are going to manage over the tabletop, Danielle, in the second off-road.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of these riders try and do the double. I haven't seen any of them either yesterday or today. So, back now to that normal race layout. Just using that faster line for the start, just to try to keep things a little bit smoother. So, yellow flag there just for Sean at the side of the track. He's just having some bike troubles. Brett Haley getting really close there to Jamie around that inside berm. Speaking to a few of the riders at lunch, they were saying how it's been quite difficult to pass. Even with dirt, unless someone makes a mistake, it's quite hard to find a way by the person in front.
Yeah, it's looking like a solid one line coming out the off-road. Ideal passing point on this track is this next left that Jamie's going to take, so what you can do is you can keep it super tight and a block pass into this left. Only if you're close enough though.
Yeah, Brett not quite close enough to make a move on the tarmac. See if he catches right back up to him as they enter this first dirt section.
So Jamie and Brett both doing 1 minute flats. Brett being slightly quicker by 0.1 of a second, and then the rest are doing 101s and 103s.
Brett there trying that outside line, but it doesn't seem any quicker. He's lost quite a bit of time. He was close to him as they came around that berm, but on the exit of the dirt he lost quite a bit of time.
Fastest lap now going to Dean Smith in third there with a 1 minute flat.
Yeah, these top three sort of spreading out a little bit. You can see Dean there, the back of shot, trying to catch his way up to Brett, crossing over from that inside to the outside line.
Looking like Jamie's built a bit of a lead now over Brett. 1.6 of a gap.
Yeah, he's pulled a bit of a gap there, so just sees dust as you watch Brett Haley go through this dirt section.
That's the way to do it, Danielle. Leave them in your dust.
I'm not sure how many years worth of dust Brett does have on those leathers, but I think there's a few.
Yeah, it's quite inspiring to see Brett doing as well as he is at the age of
Ooh,
65.
I think it's 65, 64.
Yeah,
So
that's incredible. Yeah.
Good going, and he's not hanging around through that off-road section.
No,
He's
definitely
clearing that second tabletop.
I think all three of the guys are doing really good, considering none of them have had much motocross experience.
Yeah, and I was just saying how Dean's doing great coming back from a serious leg injury. He's doing brilliant to be back out there racing. He's not quite where he was, but I'm sure he's just happy to be out there and being competitive and bashing bars with the guys. So back with our leader, the number 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth. So that gap's now only about 1.4 seconds. So Brett not close enough to make him move, but would be close enough to capitalise on a mistake if Jamie were to make one. See there in the back of shot, the number 111 of Duncan Wright in fourth. Not quite got the pace to be keeping with these front three.
It's only just a little bit too slow to just clear that gap there, Daniel. All he needs is just a tiny bit of throttle and you jump it.
It's always just a tiny bit. It's the same with the step up, it's in everyone's head. And if it was filled in and not 2 jumps, I think it'd be a lot less in your head. So it's a lot easier to clear the outside line on that first off-road than it is on the inside, even though the tabletop and that double are the same length. I think it's just a confidence thing.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the difference in, some of the guys that ride motocross, maybe in the Bs and definitely in the As. Just the sheer speed difference through the off-road. Riders like Richard Sharp.
Yeah, I know both Richard Sharp, Jamie Duncan, Chris Hodgson, Richard Blakeman all have a lot of off-road experience, all came from motocross backgrounds, so all very confident in the off-road. You can see there our Bathmate replay, Rico in there coming through the dirt section, with the number 60 of Richard Dixon on that Evo bait going right round the outside of that berm. Jamie now coming up on back markers, so Pete Rogers, who had a bit of an issue in that first dirt section, closing the door on Jamie there.
Yeah, Jamie getting tangled up with the back markers here. This is a massive issue that we have at Crail, is so tight and twisty. And
so Brett there making the most of it and dived up the inside, but has now got stuck behind the rest of them. So these back markers doing absolutely nothing wrong. They're riding their own race. It's just the nature of the track that it is very one-liney here.
Yeah.
So Jamie managing to get by the rest of the back markers after losing it up the inside to Brett Haley there, but Brett catching right back up and is right back on the back wheel of Jamie, trying to go around the outside of Jamie there. But that outside line just not working for him.
Yeah, definitely slows you right down for the exit back onto the tarmac.
So Jamie will be well aware that Brett Haley is extremely close. So going into these final few laps, yeah, quick glance over the shoulder there to see the gap.
I think he spotted a penny on the track there.
No, knowing Jamie, you'd try and pick it up.
I have to say though, I mean, Jamie's looking super smooth both on-road and off-road.
He is. He's looking incredibly smooth. Not really seeing any mistakes from him, apart from looking over his shoulder all the time now.
Yeah, that's it. So Jamie coming round in to start his final lap. Keeping the foot in the pegs, having a wee look round again. He's spotted more money on the track there.
I think he just really likes the look of Brett Haley's KTM and he wants to keep having a look.
That's it. He's looking back at the silver fox. Keeping the feet in the pegs again, in and out the off-road.
Brave.
Interesting.
Oh,
The foot's
inside
now off.
foot
Yeah.
off there. But again, really smooth as he's come off that off-road, getting the power down. See just how dusty his tyres are. So it doesn't look like Brett Haley's close enough to Jamie to be able to make a move on this last lap. But they both now know Jamie will be riding super defensive, I would guess.
Brett so far with the quickest lap of the race on that last lap there with a 58.9.
That's interesting because the gap looks like it's actually opened up.
Yeah, it
so
has.
unless Jamie makes a mistake in these last few corners, it's looking unlikely that Brett's gonna make a dive up the inside.
I think Jamie's going to win this one. He's going to get promoted up into B's after this win.
So there, Jamie Wrigglesworth takes the checkered flag, followed by Brett Haley. He actually managed to do the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, did Jamie, with a 58.4.
Wow.
You can see there the 714 of Andy Goodsall heading through the off-road section. Standing up round that berm. There's the 52 of Richard Sheen of Sheen's Designs and Doors.
Nice wheelie by Gavin there over the line.
Then back to Andy Goodsall as he comes through this final off-road section. With his goon goggles. That goggle strap right down the back, and another wheelie.
Fantastic.
So another great race there from Wriggle. He managed to lead it from pretty much start to finish.
Yeah.
Brett got a bit of a look in with the back markers, but not quite enough. So as the last few riders clear the track, we will get ready for our B race 2. All those riders should now be in the holding area, ready to go. Jamie looking like he's doing a parade lap. Not the best wheelie I've seen from Andy Goodsall, I must say.
I'd be looking forward to another Wednesday from Andy there.
Still probably bigger than my attempt yesterday.
Yeah, I have to apologise to everyone that you're not going to get any fantastic wheelies from myself this weekend. Shout out to Ben, the photographer as well. He is going to be absolutely gutted because he does say, hands down, that Chris Eastwood has the best wheelies in Supermoto.
He's clearly not seen Andy Mitchell's non-footers then, because you've been trumped there.
Yeah. Andy Mitchell has got the he's got the stoppy game on when he does the feet over the bars and he does the stoppy. Unfortunately, I'm blessed with the short legs, so I can't quite get my legs over.
I'm not quite flexible enough. I think that's my excuse.
I did actually try Andy's one once, and I pulled my hamstring at the end of the race.
So our British Championship Group B riders are now making their way to the grid. not taking the dirt on this formation lap. So, moving up from this group was Dean Hillier and Peter Bennett after their good battle in race 1.
Yep.
But starting on pole position is the Bathmate Rider 817 of Harley Sharp, followed by the Automotive Solutions 666 of Darrell Pennington. There we've got the 151 of Blaine Pearson, and then the 82 of James Wood. Row 2, we've also got the Tripz rider of 138 Paul Groom, followed by 125 Dean Wingate, the 58 of Craig Forshaw, and the 475 of Luca Jennings. Bit of a mix of classes in this one as well, so we've still got about 3 elite riders in the Bs.
Yeah, the front row there are normally in the A's, aren't they? Harley, Darrow and Blaine. And
We've also got Paul Rhodes. I think he had an
Dean
incident.
Wingate as well, yeah, he's normally in the A's.
Looks like we've got Luca Jennings has gone down there on the warm-up lap.
Wow, yeah, he's having a wee lie down there. He must be pretty exhausted after his lunch.
Not quite sure what happened there. So you can see there on the front of Paul Groom's bike we have our live onboard camera, so hopefully we'll get some great shots from that. So we'll just wait for all the riders to line up.
Don't forget, guys, that is Harley Sharp starting in pole and not Richard.
Yep, very easy to get them confused. They do look very similar on the bike.
Yeah. Number 58 of Craig Forshaw.
On his Honda, has to be made clear, he is riding a Honda.
Yep,
It's been
Craig's-
confused a few times with a Husky.
Yeah, that's it. I was actually had to pick up Craig's Honda from the top of him on Saturday at Rowra after he crashed, and I crashed into the back of him. And he was stuck under his bike, and you know, being a gentleman, I've lifted his bike off him mid-race, Daniel.
Seen a lot of crashed into people at Rowra.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, I'm good at ramming people from behind.
I'm going to have to go a little bit wider for this one because they tend, I don't know which corner they're coming around. They seem to be going around a different corner on lap 1 before that.
So Pecker and Michael Craig stand at the back of the B race. They were promoted from the C's.
Yeah, Michael Craig rode a really good race for that C race 1. Paul getting a bit of a penalty, not quite taking the win due to track limits violation
Yeah.
on the dirt.
We did see that cheeky little corner cut that was saying into the off-road.
So away we go, on board with Tripz UK rider Paul Groom.
Looking like Harley Sharp getting a nice clear hole shot there.
Yep, great start from Harley there.
Oh!
We've got a few
massive
riders
cracks
down
into the
there.
off-road.
So that looks like the 800 of Gordon Clark up there, and I think unluckily that was Luca Jennings possibly.
And another one there.
Possibly Dean Wingate,
Yep.
I'm going to say. But all riders up, so hopefully they're all able to carry on. So we've got Harley Sharp leading, I think, followed by Darrell Pennington, and then here's that battle for third with James Wood and Paul Groom. Harley there with that very similar riding style to his dad.
Yeah.
So here he comes back round to that off-road section. Looks like Craig also went down as well there. but back up.
Harley Sharp, another one of the experienced motocross riders, same as his dad. Looking silky smooth over the jumps.
Also one of our under 21 riders, so great to see him out there leading a B race.
So there is the Bathmate replay of the crash, and it just looks like a few people have been tangled up from whoever crashed at the front.
Not sure who it was went down first. Lucas just pops his bike down there, doesn't look like he'll be rejoining.
William Pearson looking at a place there, not quite.
No, Groomy not giving him an inch. Sparks coming off Woody's boots with those titanium sliders. Blaine trying to make that inside line work, but not quite clearing the inside double, so I feel like if he'd have managed to clear it, he might have made that bit of time up on Groomy there.
Yeah.
So these three all super close to each other. Woody trying to pull. Looks like Blaine's managed to get up the inside there of Groomy. So here was the onboard. See if Groomy's got anything to retaliate with, or is Blaine going to start to pull away?
Colvin might have the inside line here, possibly. Can't quite see the camera.
Oh, Blaine managed to just squeeze around the outside, but there's nothing in it.
So it's Daryl Pennington taking the fastest lap of the race so far with a 56.9.
Harley's just taken it back with a 56.4.
Wow, there you
But
go.
there's only 1.5 seconds between him and Daryl. Daryl also with quite a lot of off-road experience. I know he likes his enduro bike. But this battle between third and fifth, between Blaine Pearson, James Wood and Paul Grooms, sort of.
And so is Harley Sharp going to do the double here? He is. See, that is the difference between the lap times there, is Harley and Darryl will both be doing the double over the rest of the guys in the field.
Yeah, it looks like Woody's not able to do it at the moment, so Groomy's struggling. Now, I know Groomy was able to do it yesterday.
Yeah.
But just can't find a way past James Wood. Harley looking like he's got styles for miles through that dirt section there, but
bit of a bar sweep over there.
Darryl trying that inside line to see if he can find a way past, but not quite. Both Harley and Darryl there managing the double.
So Harley Sharp, he's another one of the riders that came through the academy classes, didn't you?
Yeah, Harley starting out on an 85. Did take a little bit of a break from the sport, but came back on a 250 and then decided he wanted to ride his dad's 450. So, again, great to see that academy class has been a great breeding ground for the talent that's now hopefully on its way to the A group for after the end of this race.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, our academy classes are basically our version of the British Talent Cup.
Yeah. So hopefully those riders at the front of the academy class now will be making their way onto bigger bikes and working their way through our British Championship. Harley's now managed to extend that lead to 2.8 seconds over Darrell Pennington, so looks like he's found a bit of a flow. He looks really comfortable through this dirt section.
He does, he looks really good over that second jump there.
Yeah, that gap over Darrell Pennington. Harley's still doing 56-second laps compared to Darrell's last lap of 57.5, sorry.
Yeah, another one of the riders that aren't here this weekend is Kyle Bennett, who is also one of the riders who grew up with Harley, the likes of Alex and Josh Jasper.
Yeah, not quite sure why we've got no Kyle Bennett this weekend. I know his dad and his younger brother are both racing, but no Kyle this weekend, and unfortunately no Josh Jasper after his injury at Rowra. He'd have been another good rider to see through these technical off-road sections.
Yeah, Kyle's pretty good at the off-road, like he does a lot of mountain biking as well, almost at a professional level. But I'm sure I've seen on social media that he's out for a little bit of brunch with his mum.
Just didn't fancy it this weekend.
Yeah.
Like maybe someone's handguard in that off-road section there. Something to keep an eye on in case the front wheel clips it. Quick glance over his shoulder to see where Darrell is.
Head nod as well over to the family. I think they're watching. You'll have Richard and Kelly watching them.
Absolutely. I'm sure Kelly's having kittens. Oh, big moment there.
Yeah.
I think possibly a little bit overexcited. Richard will be lining up in the holding area now ahead of race 2 for the A race after finishing second to Jay Smith. So I'm sure he'll be stood watching.
So Harley about to start the final lap of the race.
Yeah, there's the last lap flag out. So he had another little look over there to sort of see where Darrell was, but that gap's opened up quite a lot now, up to 5.5 seconds. So
just another look into the crowd there from Harley, making sure everyone's watching. I love a bit of raditude, as we call it.
yeah, you can definitely tell he's thinking, Mum, watch this. There's our bathmate replay, I think, of Harley's bit of an endo over that first tabletop.
There we go. Top rack style there, landing.
Coming round now to the final corner, another little look, and takes the checkered flag. So now we'll wait for the 6 of Darrell Pennington. Looks like we've got a little battle at the back between, that was Craig Fordshaw and
Paul Rhodes.
Paul Rhodes.
Yeah. So I think, was it Paul that went down at the start with Craig, do you think?
I think both did, but it's
Yeah.
possible that Craig's 2 laps down. That's what it's showing on our timing screen.
Ah, okay.
So, having a battle, but not really for the position.
Looks like Craig's actually lost his peak of his helmet as well. I don't know if he's took that off for Grail.
Yeah, I think that went in that first lap crash.
Yeah.
So it'll be the 817 of Harley Sharp and the 666 of Darrell Pennington moving up to the A's for the final race of the day.
Fantastic.
A few riders there pulling some wheelies.
And it'll be Blaine Pearson on pole for the next race of the seats.
Yeah, see what he does from pole. So Blaine, again, another one of our elite riders that we'd have hoped to see up in the A's already, but just not been his day so far.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Blaine was one of the riders that I used to race with as well, all the way from the Give It A Go class. Had many battles with Blaine. And his brother Drew.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see Drew come back and do a few rounds. Remember him on his old CCM.
Yeah, Drew did beat me on his CCM, and I had a pretty fancy Honda at the time. I had no excuse there.
Oh. Yeah, so Drew actually now has a rider training school. So
Yeah, he
for
does
road bike
actually,
riding.
yeah, I've got them on social media actually, yeah. He does many trips up Scotland as well, so he does.
So he's got no excuse to not come up and see us.
Exactly, he needs to bring that infectious smile that he has.
So we'll now be getting ready for our A race. So here's our riders now in the holding area. There's Andy Mitchell, one of the riders that went down on that first lap along with Jack Nation. You can see his dad Trevor Nation there helping him get the bike off the stand. He looked like he was hopping about on that foot, so I think that's probably a little bit sore. So there's Chris Walker, who also got a little bit tangled but managed to make their way past. So our British Supermoto A race is brought to you by Sheen's Design and Doors, who have kindly sponsored us for this stream.
So we're hoping for a bit of a clear start in this race compared to the last one. Hopefully there's no more crashes and tangles up.
Also chatting to Jamie Duncan, he managed to get a little bit tangled with Richard Sharp on that first lap, so that explains why he was down a little bit. He managed to come back up to 4th after, I think, near enough being on the grass on that first lap.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Jamie wouldn't be too happy about that. Hopefully he has, stopped crying over lunch about it, and he hopefully puts it on the podium.
I don't think he has, to be honest.
Scott Murray starting at the front of the second row as well.
So on the front row we have the 33 of Jay Smith, who led that first race from start to finish, followed by the 217 of Richard Sharp, who I'm sure is absolutely over the moon for his sons winning that B race.
Yeah.
Then followed by the number 1 of Chris Hodgson in 3rd, and then on the remainder of the front row is the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. So on board it looks like we're back with Jay Smith, the HGR rider. So we'll see if any of these riders have any tricks up their sleeve for different overtakes for this race, because it looked like both Chris and Richard Sharp just couldn't find a way past Jay no matter how close they got.
No, it's so tight, and a lot of times they're all so close as well. It's just really hard to pass it clear unless someone makes a mistake.
So, wonder if it'd be like Storm Stacey. Did manage to force a mistake from Jay at Rowra, which unfortunately caused a few more.
Yeah, unfortunately did, yeah, but it was myself that get tangled up in the back of Jay's bike. Lovely shot there on the screen of Jay Smith, everyone's favourite geezer.
Absolutely flat out.
Andy Mitchell, the GOAT.
The legend that is. And there's Dean Hillier and
There's
Peter Bennett.
Yeah, Pete Bennett, DBR, Daddy Cool. Here we go, guys. The lights are out. Who's it going to be that takes the whole shot? Looking like Jay Smith again.
It
By
is.
Richard Sharp. By Chris Hodgson.
Chris trying to find a way around the outside, and he does.
Yep, he's gone.
So it looks like Jay, followed by Chris, followed by Sharpie, and then round the outside went Jamie Duncan and Scott Murray by the looks of it. So Scott's managed to get past Richard, but Chris is all over the back of Jay there.
Yeah, something's happened to Scott Murray there. He's just went out of the picture.
So I wouldn't want to mention that he's on a TM and he's got a bike issue, but possibly.
Possibly.
I'm sure Ross Mailer's sat watching with bated breath, seeing as it's his bike. Jamie Duncan looking like to try and go around the outside of Richard Sharp there, but
Yep.
see if he can close the door on him. So it's looking like Scott Murray has had to retire due to a flat tyre, so we can't blame the TM entirely for that one.
Entirely, like he didn't it? Yeah, it just looked like when he cleared the double, well, he didn't quite clear the double and he's just landed back real heavy, and it's just, you know, he's just got the puncture from that, from casing the landing. Wonder what tyre he's using, because I've personally used the Metzler tyres, and I feel like they're a bit thinner. They're quite easy to get punctures over Michelin's.
I know a lot of the riders out there now on Metzlers, so Jay's been using them for quite a while, but people like Jamie Duncan, Oliver Holmes, all going for that Michelin front Metzler rear. Jamie's managed to make his way up to third now. Jamie also putting in the fastest lap with a 53.1. So, and there's less than a second between the top three. So we'll see if Jamie's able to make a move around the outside of this off-road.
Jamie getting absolutely loose as a goose over that first jump there. I don't know if you've seen the foot coming off block past the Hodgson. He does.
Oh, what a move.
Jamie the Basher. There he goes.
There's a reason they call him Dirty Duncan. So Jamie's made his way up to second position. See now if he can close that gap on Jay. So they're all bunching up now going into this first off-road, all taking the inside, but a little bit of line swapping and changing there. See just how bumpy it is on that off-road with the onboard camera of Jay Smith.
Yeah, it's super dusty and slidey coming out that off-road as well. You can see how much dust is on the tarmac.
You could also see Jamie Duncan trying that move around the outside again, but not quite close enough that time.
Yeah. So it's Jay by Jamie by Hodgson, all doing 53s. Richard Sharp in fourth. And fifth place, is that Ian Bremner in fifth?
Ian Bremner in fifth.
Wow.
So I know he got a front puncture yesterday and tried to nurse the bike round, but wasn't quite enough laps for him to qualify for points.
Yeah,
Jamie there.
Jamie.
Oh, so close.
So close there. And if anything happens to these two, Hodgie is right there to clear them both up.
Absolutely, I'm sure he won't mind doing that. Jamie's still trying that move though, so I feel like we haven't really seen many passes made there yet today, so it's good to see him. He's found that it works for him, he just can't quite make it stick with Jay.
Yeah, oh,
Big
Jay,
moment from
big
Jay
moment,
there.
Yeah, it's that tarmac there, it's the silky smooth part of the circuit.
See on our Bathmate replay how close Jay and Jamie were there coming out of the off-road.
Jamie going inside this time. Jamie going out. Jay's going to be the block pass. Yep, he is.
Absolutely nothing in it with these three. It looks like Richard Sharp's caught back up to this front pack as well.
Yeah.
So Chris better watch out that he doesn't lose that third position to Richard Sharp.
And it's Richard Sharp who's the fastest lap of the race so far with a 52.
Yeah, that little bit of clear track between him and Chris Hodgson's probably done a bit of good.
Yeah. So Jamie going inside, what's going to come outside again. Jay is going to shut the door on him though, watch this. Yep, not close enough yet. Jamie has to basically wait until Jay goes the other way.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing though, he's not following him, so
Yeah.
he's taking whatever lie Jay doesn't take, Jamie's taking it to try and give himself options.
Yeah. If, you know, hopefully Jay is, you know, playing it smart and he's just going to constantly go inside.
See just how much dust kicking up off that off-road. So again, Jay's gone outside of Jamie and Chris on the inside. Not quite close enough.
Yeah, Jay just has to play it smart here and he just has to keep going outside. That looks like Jack Nation down there again. It's unfortunate for Jack crashing out in the first race as well.
Yeah, he's currently in 13th position, but probably just nursing it home with that sore foot if he's had that, well, that accident from race 1.
Yeah, Jamie Duncan up the inside here, is it? Nope. Not close enough. Jamie does like a pass on the inside up that left, he's done it to me many times.
Jamie Duncan stuffed it up the inside, wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, I could probably make a scrub tyre with the amount of marks on my bike.
Jamie is looking like he might come out ahead here. He has!
The local hero takes the lead.
Now he needs to try and keep it together and pull a gap.
That's it. You know, Jamie's had a good Scottish lunch, Danielle, that's what it is. He's had plenty of iron brew.
Iron brew and chips.
The dogs will be up on their feet. Jamie now will be looking for that salt tyre. He'll be looking for the home flag.
I think he's got a few more laps until he sees that.
3 to go. So it's the penultimate lap with Jamie Duncan leading by Jay Smith and Dr. Hodgson. Jamie just pushing about a second there, having a good look back, he spotted a penny on the track. Going for the outside exit there, Jay pulling him back in because he's went inside, much quicker exit back onto the tarmac. But it's Jamie who's still leading for the last lap, his back marker so. So Dean Hilliard safely getting out the road. But it's Jamie that leads still into the off-road. So Jamie, is he going to go outside? That's a smart thing to do, going inside definitely. He's going to shut the door on Hodgson. Jay's not close enough. Smart ride by Jamie there. He's just got to keep it together here to take the win. Clears a double for the last time. Middle berm. He's coming out, guys. I think he's got it. I think he's got it in the bag. Jamie Duncan coming round to take the win, and Jamie does it on home turf. The Saltires will be flying high tonight all the way to Auchtermuchty. Second place by Jay Smith, third place by Dr. Hodgson, fourth Richard Sharp, fifth Alex Mullaney, sixth place Ian Bremner, fantastic ride by Ian Bremner, seventh place Oliver Holmes, eighth place Andy Mitchell, ninth place Chris Walker, 10th place Richard Blakeman, 11th Peter Bennett, 12th Dean Hillier, and 13th for Jack Nation. Wow, that was absolutely fantastic, guys. I don't know about you, but wow, that was great. Fantastic riding. Gutted to not be there myself. So guys, that was the end of race 2 there. That was Jamie Duncan taking the win. Danielle will be walking down to the pit lane just now just to have some post-race interviews with the riders. So the fastest lap of the race there was a 53.3, but that was almost a whole second slower than the fastest lap in the last race. So maybe conditions getting a little bit cooler, tarmac's a bit colder, off-road's a bit dustier, a bit slidier on the tarmac. So next up, guys, is the race 3 for the Academy riders. Okay, so Danielle was just down at Park Fermi, she's going to interview the riders. I'll just pass over to her now.
So we're down in Park Fermi. Our top 3 finishes from this one. Jamie Duncan managing to redeem himself from race 1. So Jay, second overall in that one.
Yep.
That move around the outside by Jamie, close.
What it was is I've used the outside line all day, and I thought the boys are getting really close coming on the inside, so I decided to use it like a 50-50 split here. I think I'll probably use it more because then I left myself open for when I went wide. But yeah, it's all good. Bike's good. It's really good fun.
Oh, great race. Ready for race 3. So puts you in a good race, good position for the championship. I'm not 100% sure. I'd assume so. All right then. So Chris, third again for that one.
Yeah.
Just couldn't find a way past.
No, I enjoyed the race. I've actually just said to the lads there, I didn't even realise it was the last lap. It's just like so focused on the race and the guy in front. So, I think if I knew it was last lap, I'd have been a bit more aggressive through the off-road. Came out, just alongside Jay, but them situations, it's not worth risking the crash. So happy again with third, made up with it.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few crashes today, so little bits and pieces, but no, great riding, really close all race.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely brilliant riding with these two lads. Everything's close and fair, and I think the pace is proper fast today, so yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, no, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
And then our race winner, Jamie Duncan. Redeemed yourself from race 1.
Yeah, just had a bad start in race 1. Didn't go to my plan, but hey ho, came back for race 2.
So you pulled that move out from your sleeve, that round the outside from the inside?
Yeah, eventually. Took my time to do it, but no, it's just the lines are that even. There's not a lot in it, so it's just your luck. If somebody makes a mistake, then you're just got that little bit.
Pace was supposed to be the first race.
Yeah.
So I think you got down to 53s, but I'm not sure if Sharpie had the fastest lap.
Yeah, Sharpie is fast out there. The thing is sideways everywhere.
Yeah.
When he gets it sideways, it's hard to get past him.
Yeah, no. But that was great, so I'll hand that back to Chris.
You want this first?
Good afternoon and welcome back to round 4 of the Tripz British Supermoto Championship. Right now we currently have our C Group riders lining up on the grid for their final race of the day. So moving up from this group was the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth and the 154 of Brett Haley. So on the front row we have the 38 of Dean Smith. Didn't quite have the pace in that one to keep with the front guys. And then the 111 of Duncan Wright, followed by the 351 of Rick Owen, who I had some great battles with yesterday, and the number 60 of Richard Dixon. Row 2, we have the 714 of Andrew Goodsell, my teammate, alongside the 286 of Ben Green, then the 791 of Pete Rogers and 52 of Richard Sheen, and then at the back of the grid we have John Oakes, Nathan Koenig and Sean Jones. So this group looks a little bit smaller than the start of the day as riders do move out of it progressively, 2 riders every race, so we are down to about 13 riders in this group, but I'm sure there'll still be some good battles throughout the pack. See there Richard Sheen on his Bathmate and Sheen's machine there. I think I mistakenly said he was on a TM earlier when he's not. He's one of those 2023 KTMs.
That is the 111 of Duncan Wright on my old bike. Looking good. Peace and love.
Is it a championship winning one, that one?
Yes, unfortunately it's not. No, it's a 6th place. 6th place bike.
It's not the one that the seat cover came off, is it?
No, it's not, no.
There's Andy Goodsell with his goon goggle strap yet again. Can't go fix it myself as much as I'd like to. And their lights have gone out and they're away into that first corner. Looks like Duncan Wright's got the whole shot there. Followed by the 38 of Dean Smith and the 351 of Rick Owen. So they're making their way into the dirt section for the first time. Dean looking a little bit more hesitant over those jumps, so might possibly be to do with his leg. Not quite got that confidence back yet for jumps.
Duncan looking good on the KTM with the black and white wheels. Custom paint job. Duncan's another one of the Scottish Supermoto heroes. He's been doing the full Scottish Championship here at Crewe. Doing really well in the top 10.
Yeah, one of the Scottish Supermoto clubman riders that qualifies as a novice for the British. So it's an ongoing joke that the Scottish keep coming down and stealing our trophies. But he's been riding well all weekend. I've had some good battles with him so far this season, but couldn't keep with him yesterday.
Yeah, especially on a bike like that as well, Daniel. It's got all the gear.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas it looks like the Husky behind, sort of quite a stock Husky FS450, will have things like slipper clutches and that oversized brake, but that one of Duncan's has got things like different triple clamps, different exhausts.
Yeah, it's got the MTR factory swing arm and linkage, and it's also got the Olin's forks and TTX 2021 shock as well, which has all been adjusted by FTR.
Proper factory, and you only finished 6th?
Yeah, I know. All the gear, no idea. It's got a TKB tuned engine as well, 6-speed box.
He'll be trying to tell everyone it's stock.
Yeah, it's just a stalker.
You're letting out all of Duncan's secrets.
Well, that's the thing, it's not all about the bike though. I'm running a standard bike these days, Danielle, with an exhaust.
Yeah, it's good to see that you can pick up a lot of these bikes quite relatively cheaply after sort of elite riders and A-riders have done their time with them and progressed onto a newer bike. A lot of these bikes do come up second hand at a lot of discounted rate for the amount of trick bits that are on them.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, to buy that sort of bike retail, it was about 20 grand's worth. Yeah, so a lot of Wonga, and when you sell it, you're talking about 60% of that off in the price. Yeah.
So there's the 351 of Rico in. A few bumps yesterday. I think he came off twice, got run over once. So not his best day, but I managed to fend him off in that last race, which was good. So he's sitting there in a comfortable third position. The 714 of Andrew Goodsill not quite close enough there to make any sort of challenge.
Another one of the Scottish Supermoto riders in 8th place is Eamon Ayaz. Eamon's been here for many, many years. Also comes from Glasgow, like myself.
Probably got one of the trickiest Hondas in the paddock.
Definitely, yeah. All the gear, no idea.
As he sits in 8th place.
Definitely.
But good to see him out there and all these riders enjoying it. We've had perfect weather this weekend. I think we had a tiny shower yesterday evening, but not even enough to dampen the dirt down. Duncan looking like he's having this race all his own way. Now with about a 1.2 second lead over Dean Smith. So still got to keep it smooth, but he hasn't sort of been shown a wheel yet.
Tell you what though, Daniel, that bike turns like it's on rails. It's so short and it's just perfect for a track like Crail.
Yeah, those shortened swing arms and different clamps make the that bike just turn like it's on a sixpence. I know my dad has an old twin cam KTM, and that again came out of the factory as an SMR, but does have a shortened swing arm and those modified clamps in. Compared to even my modern bike, I'm still surprised by how fast it turns. Dean Smith does currently still have the fastest lap, so he has done a 1 minute dead 0.3, but both him and Duncan are doing over a minute laps at the moment, so settling into the race, I'd say. See there in the background, Andy Goodsill now down to 4th place, but he's sort of in that berm as Duncan's coming out of the dirt section, so it's not a massive gap, but you can see Dean there, but just not quite close enough to challenge for the lead.
It does look like Dean is just pulling in Duncan just that little bit each lap.
he's
you
got
go.
really close
Yeah,
there.
yeah, he's pulled him right in on the tarmac now.
With 714 of Andrew Goodself, who's currently sitting in fourth. A little bit of a lonely race for him at the moment. That goggle strap, I swear to God. The man can't dress himself. Dean there getting really close to Duncan through the dirt now as well.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to make a move possibly after the start finish.
If he'll try to go up the inside from here.
Might get the drive round here now, possibly. Up the inside or maybe in the next corner. Don't think he's quite
Not
got
quite
it.
close enough. No, Duncan shuts the door on him there through that fast left-hander.
Up the inside, possible block past. No, somewhere we want to be blocking someone as well at speed up a jump.
Dean trying to take that inside line,
Going to
but
close the door, yeah.
yeah, nowhere for him to go there.
Interesting race number 111 on my old bike, which used to be 110.
He's one up to you, that's why.
Yeah, he's one up to
Him in there, putting his hand up,
looking like
moving out the way.
Yeah, Eamon coming off the track there. So the Soul Tire's out, we're starting the last lap, but it's Duncan Wright is still leading. Dean Smith right, oh there we go, up the inside, no bother on the last lap, the drive up to the dirt, it's got him.
Shut the door on him there as Duncan tried to retaliate.
Fantastic.
Dean decided to take that outside line, which should set him up nicely for the exit of the dirt, not really giving Duncan anywhere to go.
Yep, I think he's got him.
Yep.
That was a smart thing to do.
In the background there you can see the 351 of Rick Owen. Sort of nowhere near these two at the moment.
Yeah, it's looking like he's done him. He's
Yeah.
got it. It looks like he's got it in the bag.
Just coming up on a back marker there, but shouldn't be a problem. And yep, it's the 38 of Dean Smith taking the win of that final C race of the day. Followed by the 111 of Duncan Wright, who unfortunately led it for most of it.
Yeah, he did. He got him right on the last lap there, Danielle. I would be absolutely gutted.
You can see there the 60 of Richard Dixon there coming through the off-road on that old RFS KTM. See, you don't need the factory trick bike to be out there.
Yep, that's it.
So we'll just wait for these last few to clear the track. So there's the number 22 or 143 of Nathan Kernick coming round. He's finished in a respectable 7th. And there's the 164 of Sean Jones, who finished 5th. So we will get ready for race 3 of the Bees. Or is it... Oh, it might actually be Academy. Let me double check. So, Supermoto Academy race 3. So Reese Lennox had it all his own way so far.
Yeah, it was looking great for Reese earlier on. He led from start to finish.
There's our Academy riders in the holding area.
So you mentioned earlier on, Daniel, about most of the academy riders using road helmets over motocross helmets, which Supermoto riders normally use.
Yeah, a lot of the academy riders that we've got have come from that sort of road race background. Now I know there's other championships out there where they encourage that tarmac sort of road racing style. So again, a lot of them riding knee down, but if you see a few of them that have got parents that race Supermoto already have gone for that off-road style helmet. So like Team RWJ, nearly all of those riders are in little, either I think it's Bell motocross helmets with the goggles, whereas riders like Reese Lennox has got that road race helmet with a visor.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think a lot of the Irish boys are racing at faster tracks as well, like Kirkiston as well in Northern Ireland, and Nuts Corner as well. Bit of a faster track where some of the elite guys used to change over to road bike helmets as well, just a bit more aerodynamic over the motocross helmet goggle setup.
Yeah, we've seen that out at some of the fast tracks we've gone to. So places like Cadwell Park, a lot of riders bring a road bike helmet with them. So we're back with Academy, brought to you by F&F Solutions, design and build, so the London-based company. And we'll see all our Academy riders make their way through the dirt sections on their warm-up lap.
21 degrees and cloudy there, guys, in case you've never seen the little icon on your screen. It is almost taps off, Daniel, is what we would say in Scotland.
Bikini weather.
Bikini weather.
Although maybe not for me, because I'm a bit of sunburn. Yeah, I didn't think you could actually get sunburn in Scotland, but somehow I managed it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's being so close to the sea as well. You get the reflection from the water. I've been up here before and it's only been 14, 15 degrees, and you go home and the back of your neck's all red and sunburned from being up here racing.
So, yeah, all these riders getting ready to head out. Was chatting to the number 34 of Charlie Cunningham earlier. Apparently he clipped bars with someone on that first lap, so that was why he didn't quite make that first corner. So a little bit irritating for him. He was quite frustrated, but he's making good progress. He did some good overtakes in that last one, so see what he can do in this final race of the day.
Yeah. Charlie is also younger brother of JJ Cunningham as well, who is or used to be British Talent Cup Moto3 rider.
Yep, JJ's also raced here quite a lot with the Scottish as well. Really competitive on them smaller bikes.
Yeah, I think JJ had a bad crash though, didn't he? Where he injured his leg, and he was out for quite some time.
Yeah, I think he's now focusing more on his education. So I think after speaking to his mum and dad, he's at university. I think he's doing engineering. So yeah, just taking a little bit of a step back, letting his brother do all the riding for now.
Yeah, that's it. Young Charlie is some character.
Some boy. So, on our front row we have the 117 of Reese Lennox, followed by the 8 of Blake Wilson, the 308 of Cody Miskelly, and the 56 of Lily Rhodes. Again, she had a great race in race 2. Row 2 is headed by Isabel Wingate in 5th, then the 79 of Jackson Bennett, 18 of Jordan Thomas, and in 8th position we have 34 of Charlie Cunningham. Archie Ormrod there looking to try and get a good start after his off in race 2. Feet off there for the 308 of Cody Miskelly.
Yeah, bit of an no-footer lander there. Again, it's these mini bike wheels with the slicks. They are super slidey over the off-road.
So I think we'll be keeping an eye out for the number 40 of Archie Ormrod, was sitting in a comfortable second place in that previous race, second or third with Blake Wilson, but unfortunately had a bit of an off, so it'd be interesting to see how much he can come through the pack. So after lap 1, we have Reese Lennox still in the lead, followed by Blake Wilson, Cody Miskelly, Jackson Bennett, Lily Rhodes, Isabel Wingate, Charlie Cunningham, and Archie Ornrod has made his way up to 8th position. Bit of a moment there from Blake Wilson over that inside double. Bit of a seat bounce.
Yeah, young Jackson Bennett in 4th place, number 79, cracking ride so far.
Yeah, he's doing brilliant. So again, I think that's another rider on a 65.
It is, yeah, he's on the 65. It won't be long till he's faster than his dad, Pete Bennett. Probably another couple of years.
Yeah, Peter and Kyle better watch out. So Blake managing to stay with Reese for the moment. That gap's not massively increasing. It does look like he loses him on these faster straights though.
Yeah, so that Reese been on the 85 over the 65. Just that little bit more powerful, just pulling away on the straights.
Blake taking that inside line. Again, bouncing up that double.
Yeah, there's not much in it power-wise down the straight. I mean, young Blake there, he's not much to him, so he's definitely got the power to weight ratio on his side.
Yeah, he's definitely a lot closer to Reese in this one than he was previously.
Yeah, he's right behind him there. I mean, a couple of big wins. Looking like slightly bigger wheels on Blake's bike as well, compared to Reese's.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Now I know the rules state that you can't use sort of the 17-inch wheels, so I know a lot of the 85s that are raced in Europe, they use 2 front wheels and they lace one up differently so that it's got a rear hub in it. But they're not permitted for this academy class. We'd like to keep them all sort of on these 12-inch rims. Lily Rhodes there taking the inside along with Charlie Cunningham. Lily looks like she's made the pass on Jackson Bennett, so he's now been demoted to 5th, but still good ride from him. It looks like Reese does pull a little bit of a gap through this section, but then I think that's the closest I've seen Blake here to him all race.
Yeah, it looks like Blake just pulls him in a little bit on the brakes coming in through that. Is Blake going to go inside or is he going to stay outside this time? Yeah, he's going to follow him through the outside.
Looks like it. Reese currently does still have the fastest lap. He's doing he did a 104.182, but on that last lap Blake did a 104.2, which was 0.2 quicker than Reese. So that gap's definitely closing. Over the line that time it was only 0.47 of a second, so absolutely nothing between these two.
Bit of a seat bounce there for young Blake.
Yeah, he's just so close to clearing that as well.
Yeah. I think his bike definitely pulls out of the outside line a bit quicker down the straight. When he followed him around the last lap, it just struggled a wee bit to get initially out the corner.
Yeah, they are very evenly matched, these two. So it looks like possibly Lily Rhodes dropping down the order, so maybe she's had an issue or a little bit of a fall somewhere, but she's dropped back now down to 14th, which has promoted Jackson Bennett back up to 4th.
Yeah, great ride by Jackson Bennett.
Another great ride by Isabel Wingate. She's currently sitting 5th. And Archie Ornrod, who started from the back of the grid's up to 6th. So there's the 308 of Cody Miskelly, who's currently sitting 3rd.
Six laps to go for these guys, Daniel. It's quite a long race for the academy class.
Yeah, and considering they're doing the exact same track as our elite riders, and on smaller bikes, they're certainly not making it easy for them. So we've got Reese Lennox is currently 2nd overall in our championship to Blake Wilson. So these two are our championship contenders at the moment for this academy class. Cody Miskelly, who's currently in 3rd, is sitting 5th, so this 3rd place will probably do his championship standing some good.
Young Blake here really getting close. He's going to get the door closed on him there.
Wasn't quite close enough to make a move. Maybe they've been watching Jamie Duncan through that corner.
Yeah.
It's worth mentioning that a lot of the other classes do watch these academy riders. Whether they know someone riding it or not, they all sort of keep an eye out on the kids. They like to see them improving, and the kids like it when they see an A rider watching their race. So it's great to see them progressing and seeing people they look up to also watching their racing.
Yeah, that's it. It's a massive confidence boost as well. When you've got other riders watching you and just giving you tips and advice, and it's really great that you get to watch it back on the live stream here. Oh, there we go. I think you might have got him here. They're neck and neck going over the off-road. Blake having a moment. I think Blake's going to take him here.
Yeah,
it looks like Reese is getting caught up with the back markers.
Caught with that back marker,
and he did. He's took the lead.
I'm sure that'll have frustrated Reese there catching that back marker, but Blake's now got the same thing to contend with Lily Rhodes, going right round the outside, high up on that berm. So yeah. Great pass there by Blake.
Must be so frustrating for Reese at the moment. I mean, this happened to me in the Scottish Championship. I was leading the race and caught with a back marker, and then you're passed.
I think we've all had it happen to us once or twice. I had the same thing at Three Sisters going round Luna on the last lap, last corner.
Yeah. So it's 3 laps to go now for young Blake, who's now leading the way over Reese, and he's got quite a good gap now. Looking good, playing it smart now, using the outside.
Yeah, nice and smooth through there. There's Blake. Oh. The issue with being in first, though, is you're always the first to come up on back markers, and if they don't know you're there,
yeah, it's
your job to sort of make your way around them. Which Blake has done very nicely there with Jordan Thomas.
He's done a good job of that there. So 2 laps to go, Danielle. He's done a 104. And Reese coming across there and doing a 105. And there's 2.5 seconds in between it.
Yeah, Blake's managed to pull that gap. Also worth mentioning, Archie Ormrod from the back of the grid has made his way up to 4th. So great recovery ride from him after coming off in race 2. Might be worth mentioning, Reese probably knows that he will only have to finish behind Blake and he'll still take the overall for today after running the first 2 races. So whereas Blake sort of needs this win.
Yeah. So that's the last lap flag out for young Blake. Comfortable 2.5 second lead. Just has to hang on now. Hopefully doesn't get caught up in any back markers. Hopefully playing it smart, outside.
Yep.
Yep. A little look behind him, spotted the penny.
He'll have spotted those bright pink accents of Reese Lennox, sort of know what sort of gap he's got.
Yeah, that's it.
Archie Ormrod now up to 3rd. It's a great ride from him. But he is about 43 seconds behind these two. So
wow. And there we go. Blake Wilson taking the win there, Danielle, for the last race of the mini bikes there. Fantastic ride. I mean, he caught him, he passed him, and he gapped him.
yeah, great ride from Blake there. So a little bit unfortunate he wasn't able to put that together in the first 2 races, but again, oh, that looks like Liam Pearson there out on the RWJ gas of Rip Jennings. He's coming around now over the dirt section. And there's the 125 of Isabel Wingate. Currently sitting in 6th position, so great ride from her. I think coming up and doing the Scottish has done her riding a lot of good. Yeah,
they have done, yeah. They've been up here riding with us as well and improved massively ever since they've done the first race, and it's great to see them doing so well here at the British.
Yeah, so it's great to see how these have progressed from our Bambino class as well. These riders have progressed from learning how to ride bikes at lunchtime in a safe and controlled environment to now learning race etiquette and actually being out there competitive and enjoying themselves in a British Championship.
I think we just seen Reese's dad there, Evo Chris, walking over to Park Fermi.
There's Archie Reynolds, son of Paul Reynolds of Automotive Solutions, there with the feet up.
Just stretching out the hamstrings after the race.
I thought he was trying to do an Andy Mitchell over the bars, but couldn't quite get them up there.
Yeah, it seems to be Andy Mitchell that's quite good at getting them up.
Well, he is quite tall and a lot of experience.
Yeah.
So we will now go on to our race 2 for the B group. So there's Reese Lennox.
And we can all see, guys, that Reese has shaved off his mullet as well. He has went for the short back and trendy.
Yeah, he got to Crail, saw you, and had to run back out and find a barber.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I wonder if he's got natural curls or has he had it permed? That is the question.
Is that the same question to you too, then?
Yeah, mine's all natural.
Oh, natural. Here's me thinking you'd take inspiration from Shaun the Sheep. So there's Archie Ormrod taking 3rd position. Huge well done from him. coming from the back of the grid. Great comeback ride for him. And then the size difference between him and Blake, but great to see them. Yeah, pals as well, aren't they?
Yeah, that is a pretty cool helmet that he has as well. I like the big aero skip on the back of it.
That's what it was. It needed the aero around Crail.
Yeah. So,
Supermoto B race brought to you by Automotive Solutions, who are specialists in Porsche, Mercedes, BMWs and Minis based in York. So Automotive Solutions team boss there, Paul Reynolds, number 10, coming around now on your screen, followed by Michael Craig and Gordon Clark. Gordon, who got tangled up on that first lap crash of race 2.
Yeah, Gordon's back this weekend on his freshly built Honda after having a engine failure at Raura, so it's good to see him back.
Yep, he managed to get that turned around quickly enough. So it looks like Paul Reynolds out there on the spare bike of Storm Stacey's. I saw the 79 on the side there. So Storm not able to join us this weekend as he's racing at BSB at Knock Hill and doing really well by the sounds of things. So good luck to him.
Yep, I was there yesterday supporting Storm. He had a cracking ride. He started in 8th and finished 6th.
So, showing that these Supermoto riders, these are very, very much transferable skills.
Yeah, that's it. You can look at David Todd as well. David Todd's obviously came up through Supermoto and went through the BSB class and now riding in the Superbike class, and also lots of road riding stuff in the Isle of Man TT.
Yep, Davey doing brilliant over the Isle of Man. Just sort of missed out on a podium, and unfortunately we've not seen much of him in the British Supermoto paddock this year due to his other commitments. But there's also Christian Idden as well, a really quick Supermoto rider back in the day, but still doing really well at BSB.
So we have the onboard camera of Paul Groom, number 138 on the 2023 KTM SMR.
Yeah, a few guys racing those 2023 now. You're one of them. It's got the built-in quick shifter as well.
Yeah, it does. It's got the built-in quick shifter. Only works from second upwards, so you do have to short shift with the clutch into second, which I, of course, have mastered.
Mastered. Yep. Strong word. Strong word. So, our front row, we have the 151 of Blaine Pearson, followed by the 82 of James Wood, the 138 of Paul Groom, and the 188 of Seth Gibson. Then row 2, we've got the 56 of Luke Hutchinson, the 125 of Dean Wingate, 43 of Oliver Ross, and the 8 of Paul Rhodes. Then row 3, we have 10 of Paul Reynolds, the 167 of Michael Craig, the 800 of Gordon Clark, and the 58 of Craig Forshaw. And at the back we also have the 475 of Luca Jennings, the 98 of Jamie Wrigglesworth, and I think it was Brett Haley as well that also moved up from that C race. So
it'll be interesting to see Jamie Wrigglesworth off the line.
There's Brett.
Jamie has cracking starts. I remember seeing his start at Teesside, and wow, absolute flyer.
Yeah, he did funnily get the name of Jumpstart Jamie, however the allegations were never confirmed.
Looking like Brett's leathers have had a fair year's use out of.
Yeah, reduce, reuse, recycle, that must be Brett Haley's motto with them leathers. But no actual tears or holes, so fit to go.
That red's looking rather sun-kissed.
So we're just waiting for these riders to get underway. It was just a delay. I think Gordon Clark needed a new set of goggles.
Well, there you go.
There we go.
Just got the strap on nice and low. Extra aero. Oh.
Bit of creep in there. Definitely didn't gain an advantage there. I think that may have been the 43 of Oliver Ross, possibly.
It's looking like Paul Groom, though, has got the whole shot.
So, can they make it into the off-road nice and smoothly? Jamie Wrigglesworth making a few places up on that first corner as well.
It's just watching some of those guys there not quite doing the double. It's so physical, and it really takes it out of you as well. You know, it things your rhythm, and it's very physical on the arms and legs, not clearing the jumps.
Yep, I can confirm because I'm definitely not clearing anything.
There you go, that is a great shot there through the off-road.
Yeah, Creamy got some great clear track now. So let's see what he can do with it, if he can pull a gap. Blaine Pearson's still all over the back of him.
Yeah, Blaine not clearing that jump. Again, slowing down his rhythm, using a lot of energy. So it's a bit of a change in bike as well for Blaine. He's moved up to the 454 stroke. He was on a 380 two-stroke before.
Yep, I think he's run both the 380 and the 300 two-strokes. Was exceptionally quick on them. Back when we used to have a two-stroke championship, I remember some great battles between him and Graham Norris.
Yeah. Yeah, Blaine all over the back of Paul Groom like a hot rash here.
Creamy again, another one of these riders with a lot more off-road experience. So he'll be loving this off-road.
Yeah, Blaine just bouncing over the top of these jumps. He must be taking an absolute tanking.
Again, our bathmate on board there with Tripz UK rider Paul Groom. You can see just how bumpy that berm's getting now.
Yeah, he was right at the top of the berm there.
Yeah. And all the surface changes there as you come back out onto the normal circuit. And there's about 4 different track changes within about 100 metres.
Yeah.
Blaine's still trying that inside line.
Yeah, he's not quite clearing the double though, so he's losing loads of time there.
Yeah. Nearly very far, coming down into that second off-road section. Blaine seemingly really good on the brakes, but losing it all when they get to this off-road.
Yeah, he's not as smooth as Paul on the off-road.
I know Paul had a little bit of a tumble yesterday in the off-road section. I think it may have been practice where he took a trip to the golf course to have a little bit of a nosy round.
So Blaine going for the wider line here, giving more of a drive. Oh, bit of a moment there, he flew off.
Bit of a dramatic moment there for Blaine. That onboard cam showing just how rough that dirt is, but Groomy clearing both those jumps. Yeah, Groomy not attempting the double.
So that's a bit of a crash there on the bathmate replay.
Looks
there.
like Luke Hutchinson there having a bit of an issue on that outside line of the bottom dirt section.
So, Blaine Pearson is going to get it a bit closer.
Yeah, that was Luke Hutchinson's off.
There you go, just tucking the front on the berm. It's super soft through that section. It's very, very easy just to get the front wheel over the top of the berm, and it's you're going to go down.
Yeah, you can see just how dusty it is there as well. All that dust coming out of his front mudguard as he picked the bike up.
Yeah.
Blaine looking closer to Groomy there.
It's like a Dakar rally section.
Stood himself up a little bit there. I think he thought he was going to clip Groomy's rear wheel, so lost a little bit more time. But again, looks like he's standing himself up to not run in the back of Groomy, but Paul Rhodes making the most of it, and he's all over the back of him.
Right on the back with the fastest lap as well.
So Rhodes there doing a 56.8.
I think Paul Rhodes might get Blaine here. He might just close the door on him. Almost neck and neck.
No, Blaine's managed to keep out in front, but not by much.
Paul Rhodes, another one of the Scottish Supermoto guys this season. He's come up and he's done all the rounds so far.
So it really is now a three-way battle for the lead.
Yeah.
Groomy can't afford to make a mistake, or I'm sure both of these two will be capitalising on it.
I tell you what, I think Paul Rhodes is going to get Blaine this time.
I think he's eyeing up that line, isn't he?
Yeah, he's lining him up, he's close enough.
Yeah.
He's definitely close enough now. Paul Rhodes taking the outside here, and the outside again. I think he's going to do him this time. He's definitely close enough.
Not quite.
Blaine is just not having it.
Just not quite.
Strong ride from Blaine Pearson there.
Yeah. Still gave Rhodesy enough room, but yeah, definitely not letting him have that one. That on board Groomy there. See all the different surface changes. Now going into this fast right-hander, then back into this left. As they head now flat out towards the dirt section. It's really fast this section yesterday, but a lot of the riders said they enjoyed it. I think it's nice to have a faster section on what can be a really tight and technical track.
Yeah, Paul Rhodes got inside this time.
Yeah, basically doing whatever Blaine isn't doing, he's trying it. See if he can try and find a way past.
So we come around now for the penultimate lap.
Blaine was there trying up the inside, but Groomy saw him. It's like Rhodes maybe dropped off slightly.
Yeah.
This on board through the dirt section. It's quite nice to see what it does look like to clear the jumps, I must say.
Rhodes looks like he caught them up a little bit there, but he's went for the inside, which puts him on the outside for the exit.
Yeah, Groomy not doing that double. I know I saw him do it a few times yesterday, but perhaps just not so comfortable with it.
Yeah, Paul Rhodes is definitely doing it though. I've seen him in the background there clearing the jump.
So that's probably costing Groomy a bit of time there, but it doesn't look like Blaine's doing it either. Yeah, it's possible that Groomy's now getting a little bit tired now it comes to the end of the race. Got an ongoing hand injury, possibly aggravated by that trip to the golf course yesterday.
Paul Rhodes here, is he going to go inside? Is he close enough from that? Blaine's not having it. do have a rider down there in the background, Daniel.
Yeah, it's looking like that maybe Seth Gibson, the 118 of Seth Gibson, so he's not had a great weekend. Mechanicals yesterday and then a few offs today, so tough weekend for Seth.
It's just the last lap now, guys.
Yeah, I'm sure Groomy will have been looking for that last lap for probably about the last 3.
This is going to be interesting. Are they all going to go outside? Is Paul Rhodes going to try and go inside? No, Blaine's went inside. I don't think this is the smartest move with Rhodes behind you. Rhodes is looking close. He's looking close. Can he block him?
He was fast around that
He's going to do it. He's always pushed him under the grass. He's gone.
He's done it.
He's done it. Paul Rhodes on the last lap. Blaine, he's made the mistake of not going outside there. I don't know what he was thinking.
And there's Rhodesy doing that double. So great ride from Paul Groom there to come round and take the checkered flag. So fab ride from him, leading it from pretty much start to finish there. But that last lap moved by Paul Rhodes, you could see it coming.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Blaine has just thought, right, I'm going to go inside here, I'm going to try something, and he's just forgot about Rhodes, and Rhodes is just, well, Rhodes has rode around him.
Yeah. There's the number 10 of Paul Reynolds, Automotive Solutions rider. So Paul coming round now to finish in a respectable 8th place in front of the 475 of Luke Jennings. So here's that move that Rhodes did on Blaine.
There we go, look at that. Didn't even look at him. Not too aggressive. Yeah, well, I mean, Blaine, he was on the grass. He was on the grass, but there wasn't any contact. It was clean.
It was close, hard racing, but I'd say it was fair.
Yeah. Well, I mean, normally I've got plenty of Jamie Duncan's tyre on me at that section, so...
It looks like they've all gone to sort of go and rescue Seth there. Yeah. Full stop for Seth, see if he's okay. See if they can... Might have been a mechanical for Seth, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did say earlier on that he had bike issues.
Yeah, not sure what the bike issue is. It doesn't look like he's got a puncture or anything, but...
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to give him a push with his leg here.
Yeah.
Like the guys did in MotoGP,
I
but...
think they're going to have a try. Sure how well it's going, but
just
there we go.
There we go.
Oh, run him over.
Yeah, run him over. You better wish they get tangled up.
So there's Paul Groom now coming round to pop his bike on that number 1 podium spot. Great ride for the Tripz UK rider.
He's looking very happy with that win there, isn't he? He's looking chuffed.
Yep. Pull there. 138. Not on a CRF 450, but on that 2023 KTM. So, fab ride from him. So, one of our rider profiles there. And there's Blaine Pearson, the TCR rider.
He's looking absolutely shattered. He's looking absolutely gutted actually, because he just got passed on the last lap, and I know the feeling.
Yeah, I think we all know the feeling. But Rhodesy there looking quite smug and chuffed with himself after that move. But
he is. Look at him. There he is. He's chuffed.
He's there like, oh, did you see that? No, fab ride from all 3 of them. Sort of in a league of their own there, them 3. Very much had it their own way.
Your lovely
So that is our final Supermoto Group B podium of the day, as we now make it to our final A race of the day. So we've got 2 Sharps in this race. We have the 217 of Richard Sharp as well as the 817 of Harley Sharp, who moved up from the Bs. So I'm sure Kelly Sharp will be watching this very, very eagerly. We also have a reverse grid. So on the front row we have the 61 of Andy Mitchell, the 34 of Ian Bremner, followed by the 42 of, I think it's Oliver Holmes, and the, is it the 100 of Alex Mullaney?
Yeah, there's young Alex on the front row.
So with a track that's so difficult to pass on, it'll be interesting to see how this reverse grid affects things.
Yeah, definitely. Riders like Andy Mitchell and Ian Bremner, super hard to get by, and with Crail being such a narrow track as well. I mean, wow, young Alex there. It'll be interesting to see who gets the whole shot, and Luncheon out in the lead as well. These front runners, they're going to find it difficult to get past.
Yeah, with Jamie Duncan finishing on in first place from that race too, that does put him 8th on the grid for this one. So maybe not tactically the best move, but points are points.
Yeah.
So. And then it's good to see the number 4 of Scott Murray back out there after his DNF due to a puncture. So we'll see what he can do. So he'll be starting from the back of the grid.
Scott Murray, speaking to him earlier on, after his puncture, he was running the Metzler tyre, and he's changed to another Metzler. I think it's just a bit of a thinner tyre, the Metzler tyre. I've had a few punctures myself, but grip-wise...
So best not to count Andy Mitchell out either on this front row. He's had a great weekend, and again, like you said, he has also had a win here in the past. So with this track being so technical and so hard to pass on like we've seen today, it might be Andy Mitchell's day. So
Jamie Duncan, the hometown hero, race 2 winner.
Yeah, there's Jamie Duncan.
So Jamie finishing in the first race in, was it 5th place, was it?
So first race, I think he finished 4th. He did get by Scott Murray.
Back to 4th.
And then he finished 1st in that one. He's also currently 4th in our championship. So lights out, and they're off.
It's looking like young Alex possibly getting the whole shot.
I'm back in business.
I think you're right.
Yep. So it's Alex Mullaney by Andy Mitchell, and it looks like Hodgson's all the way up to 3rd already.
Yeah, great start from Hodgson.
Yeah.
It looks like he shut the door on Jamie Duncan a little bit there into that first corner. So Jamie backed out of it.
Yeah, Jamie passed Bremner there in the off-road already.
Yeah, so Jamie's now got Andy Mitchell to contend with if he wants to try and take the battle to the front. And then the 2 Automotive Solutions teammates in P1, P2 currently, both Alex Mullaney and Chris Hodgson. Chris being multiple times British champion, but just there, gone up the inside of his teammate.
It's looking like Alex has just slowed right down there. I think Alex might have a puncture. Yep, Alex completely outshot now.
Yep. So that's a massive shame for Alex Mullaney. Been riding brilliantly all weekend. I think he got his best ever race result yesterday, finishing 4th overall, so fab ride from him.
Yeah, so that's Jamie Duncan now into 2nd place.
On board there with Jay Smith, following Richard Sharp through the dirt section. So you can see both Ian Bremner and Sharpie there.
So dusty coming off that off-road.
So it's Hodgson from Duncan. So Hodgson having 2 thirds so far and a 1st. This could work out really well for him. Just clipping his back wheel on that tabletop as he came over.
Yeah, just to slow himself down a little bit.
Yeah.
Looking looking pretty comfortable out in the lead right now, but you never know what could happen.
Yeah. There was Sharpie and Jay then going through that off-road. It looked like Sharpie down the inside of Jay there.
Yeah, watching Chris Hodgson's style at the moment, he's not taking his feet off at all. Even into the dark.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling comfortable on that Automotive Solutions Husqvarna. So that's great to see. There's the picture of Alex Mullaney.
Nightmare. God, for young Alex, that was a strong ride there in second to it.
Yeah. Looks like he's still trying to ride round maybe and nurse it, but I don't think he's going to be able to do a complete enough laps for it to be worth his while, to be honest. So riders have to complete 75% of the race distance. So with this being a 12-lap race, that'd be 9 laps, if I'm good at maths.
Yeah.
So I think he's going to struggle to fit in 9 laps. Also doing all the dirt sections on that rim.
Yeah, he might end up destroying that rear wheel. Chris Hodgson though out in the front looking silky smooth. Mr. Consistent for Dr. Hodgson. The way it's sitting just now, Danielle, with Jamie Duncan in P2. I mean, a fourth, a first and a second over 2 thirds of a first.
Yeah, it's close. Yeah. Really close.
I don't know who the overall win would be.
Well, Chris is still currently our championship leader after Rowra. So, although he finished second at Rowra, there is no Storm Stacey here this weekend, and Storm isn't able to do all the rounds. So, he is still leading that championship points at the halfway point of our season. Alex there still trying to nurse that bike. I'm not sure if he did the dirt sections, which if he didn't, that will be a 10-second penalty for course cutting, even if he's taking no advantage, which obviously he's not. Chris there looking quick off that dirt section as well.
Yeah, keeping the feet on the pegs and probably right there.
Yeah, looking like he's managed to pull a 3.1 second gap over Jamie Duncan, so that's no mean feat around Jamie's home circuit. Jay trying to close that gap up to Richard Sharp there in that battle for third.
Another Scottish Supermoto rider, Ian Bremner, in 5th place. Really strong ride for Ian.
Yeah, good ride from Ian after starting on the front row, running those Continental Road tyres.
Yeah, seems an inch struggling to it.
Another honourable mention goes to Harley Sharp, who's currently in 13th position, but 13th in an A race. That's nothing to shake a stick at.
Yeah.
He's currently really close to the 79 of Peter Bennett.
Jack Nason as well, having a better ride this time in 10th place.
Yeah, just behind his championship competition of Oliver Holmes, who I believe has also played his Joker for this round. So both him and I believe Jamie Duncan playing their Jokers, which means in their championship points for this round it will be doubled. That's worth bearing in mind when looking at the championship results after this round. Jay not able to close that gap to Richard Sharp just yet. It's close, but just not quite.
So again with the points, Danielle, so Jay finishing first in the first race, second in second race, and provisional fourth.
Yeah, it just shows that all these riders on their day can be on the top step of that podium, and it is just down to individual races and circumstances. But it's good to see Jay now getting on with that new bike of his, now that they found a setup. In his post-race interview, he said they've got the suspension back from Spain, so clearly a lot of work and effort's gone into getting that bike just right.
Yeah, it's been a really strong ride for Jay this weekend, especially after Wilbur and the big crash that I was involved in.
Yeah, Jay currently sitting 11th in the overall Tripz UK British Championship, sponsored by Arn Leathers. He was disqualified from points from race 3 at round 1, and also was declared as not fit to ride for the remainder of Sunday at round 2. So that's a shame for Jay's championship, but he's clearly fighting back, and it's obviously not over until that final round.
So Chris Hodgson with the fastest lap of the race so far. 52.0.
Yeah, 52.0. So really close to that 51 second barrier. Richard Blakeman with a better ride this time round as well. He was tangled up in that first lap crash with Andy Mitchell, Jack Nation and Chris Walker. So good to see him back up to 6th. Obviously not where he'd like to be, but still better than his previous race results, and significantly better than yesterday when he didn't ride due to a crash.
So the penultimate lap now, Daniel. So time flag went out. Sorry, the last lap.
Yep, last lap, and it's not looking like Jamie Duncan's had anything for Chris Hodgson on this race.
Yeah, I think he's backed off massively. He's 5.3 seconds ahead now of the local hero Jamie Duncan. So it's looking like a comfortable win now for Chris Hodgson, as long as he stays on here through the last few corners. A silky smooth riding style from Hodgson. Doesn't take his feet off much anymore. Great ride, starting on the second row. He's went through to first place. He's led, and he's now won the race by over 5 seconds. So well done to Chris Hodgson. Jamie Duncan there taking second place. Richard Sharp in third. Fourth place Jay Smith, Harley Sharp, and I think that was Andy Mitchell and Bremner there taking second place. So this is Richard Blakeman coming round now. Richard also had a big crash yesterday and he's feeling really sore today. So that's a great ride from Richard, just collecting some points. Richard is sitting second in the championship at the moment. Not too sure if he'll still be in second though after today's result. This is Dean Hillier and Peter Bennett coming round. Hillier just beating Pete again. The guys moved up from the B class earlier on today, up back into the A's where they belong. And there we go, father and son. Richard Sharp, Harley Sharp on the Bathmate team. Cracking ride together. And there's our champion, Chris Hodgson, who takes the win here in race 3 over Jamie. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who takes the overall win today. Could be between Jamie, Chris and Jay. There's another local hero, Scott Murray, 233 on board Ross Mailer's borrowed TM. Be good to see Scott come back. do some more rounds this year. So there's our top 3 guys down there in pit lane. We've got Daniel down. Just to give the guys a post-race interview, I'll now pass over to Daniel.
So we're down in the holding area now with Chris Hodgson. You managed to convert those 3 third places into a win for that last one. Pretty much start to finish.
Yeah.
No hassle.
I mean, reverse grid on a tight little circle like this, I knew the start was important, so I've been good round the long left-hander all weekend, so I just made as many places as I could, and I seemed to settle into a good rhythm early on, and I seen Andy, my pit board man, and every lap I was just pulling a second on Jamie, so then I could just relax towards the end. So for me, a perfect race.
Yeah, great race from you. Unfortunate for your teammate Alex, got the whole shot, but also got a puncture.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it's one of those things. It's a bit disheartening, but you can't help those things, can you?
yeah, well, same thing yesterday, but hopefully got all them gremlins out of the way. So well done. Jamie, second place in that one. Didn't really have anything for Chris in that last race.
Not a lot really. Once he pulled a gap, I just kind of shut off. I knew I had a big gap behind me on Sharpie, and I just kind of settled down my own rhythm and just took it at an easy speed. I got a decent start from 8th. I kind of followed Chris through a little bit. I got stuck behind Andy Mitchell and Alex, but once we got past them, we got going a bit.
Yeah, like Chris said, the starts make a massive difference on a reverse grid. So, and we were actually saying that with it being reverse grid and such a tight track where it was tough to pass, it was going to make all the difference.
Yeah, it was elbows out from the start in that one. There's only a couple of passing places, clean passing places anyway, but you've got to make the most of them when you can. Yeah,
no, well done with second, and then to Richard Sharp, third place then.
Yeah, happy with that. Got a decent start, got held up with the reverse grid. I got held up for 3 or 4 laps, and Jamie and Chris had gone by then, so me and Jay had a good battle, so I was happy with third.
Yep, and Harley also making it out into the same race as you. He did absolutely fab.
Yeah, brilliant to be on track with him, really enjoy that.
Yeah, I think that was...
Lost him then on the last lap, but yeah, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, a little moment at the end, but yeah, brilliant third place. So we'll see how that's all worked out for championship positions.
Yeah, I think it's quite close at the minute with everybody up and down a bit. So yeah, good championship at the minute, good close racing.
So I will send that back to Chris Eastwood, but I think we're going to wrap up for today. So we've had some absolutely fabulous racing throughout all the classes, from the kids in the academy all the way through to these guys in the A's. I'd like to thank all our sponsors for each class, for the live stream, from Technative. So from everyone here, thank you very much.